All right, hi guys, welcome back to the Watsy Obsession community live stream and chat this evening, covering the University of Idaho tragedy, where there obviously, well, most of you I'm sure know, has been an arrest made all the way across the country near Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is just 50 short miles from where I live. Drive right through it when I go visit my peeps in Philadelphia. Hey, Philadelphia 215 peeps. And yeah, pretty crazy case. Some questions have been answered. We still have a lot of questions left. In some cases, I think, or for some people, or if you look at it from some angles, you could say, sometimes I feel like this, now that an arrest has been made and the probable cause affidavit has been released, there are kind of more questions than there are answers. Isn't that crazy? So, hey, Mia how are you doing? Hey, Jody is cool. Hey, Gregory Worth. Hey, oh, Muffy Dragon Slayer, my girl. I haven't seen you in a little bit. Yeah, hey, Joan. Near me also. Joan, I'm going to be coming down to Philly first weekend in April. So I want to get together with you. So we'll talk about that and figure that out, okay? Cecile, did I say hello to you? I'm always so happy when you're here. I'm glad you've been here lately. That's awesome. Hey, Princess Megan Elsa, how are you doing, darling? Hey, Luisa's miscellaneous videos. Nice. I'm going to check out your miscellaneous videos. Hey, K-Braze. Some of what we're going to be looking at tonight is just for you. Those burning questions you had, I knew they were going to burn a hole in your soul if we didn't answer them. Like, how close is DM's room to Xana's room, where Ethan was obviously staying with her? I got the square footage, the floor plan, did some math, got some pictures, got some perspectives. We're going to look at it. Hey, Aussie Girl Jen, also such a joy when you're here. All of you, it's a joy when you're here. Some of these peeps who I haven't seen in a while, I'm glad they're back. Hey, Laced Up, how are you doing? I know, all those beautiful people, I know, who should be living and enjoying every moment of their life right now. That is the tragedy, isn't it? It's freaking, there's no words. There's no words. Hi, Ara, sweetheart, how are you doing? Love you, Ara. I know, who's also happy Cecile is here. I'm going to have Ara be a featured guest one evening this coming, I don't know, maybe later this weekend or next week. And we're going to pick something that she's interested in talking about, because I know you all love Ara. If you could please pop up Ara's channel. It's also one of the featured channels on my channel. Ara is terrific. Everyone who goes to check her out loves her. Hi, Agape Love. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Hi, Bill BJ. So glad you're here. Hi, Tony B. How are you doing? Nice to see you too. And I'm going to go up just a little more, then come back down to Honey Bun. How are you doing? I love you, Honey Bun. Hey, KT Van, is my girl Justice A through Z still here? I want to have her come up tonight. Hi, Roger V. Kent. Left some really wonderful comments on videos that I actually screenshot and have saved. Very insightful, Roger. If you're interested in coming up on panel, I'd love to hear from you. Hey, David BMX, how are you doing? I'm not going to go up any further. I'm going to come back down to current time. Coming up on panel, I'd love to hear from you. Hey, what David BMX, how are you doing? I'm not going to go up any further. I'm going to come back down. My phone just started playing this stream. That's so weird. Okay, anyway, whatever. Now I'm going to try to figure that one out right now. So, let's see. Marshmallow. What the hell are you talking about, Marshmallow? I fake my seizures? Weird. Hey, no way. How's it going? Hi, Teresa Nelson. You can just take care of that stuff. Moderators, go for it. And yeah. Oh, wait, hold it. A video that I prepared for you guys just got done processing. I'm going to pop it in real quick so we can take a watch of it. Good stuff. Well, I'm so glad all of you are here. So what questions are we going to answer tonight? Okay, since I have last talked with you guys, which was sometime during the middle of the week last week. Oh, it was the night that my little baby bunny Tiny passed away. That was so sad. Thank you guys for all your kind words and well wishes. You guys really are just so freaking awesome. I can't even. Hold it just one second. I want to make sure I get the right thing here. What the heck did I call this? Wait, just one second. I'm such a bad multitasker. I'm so sorry about that. I'm trying to work on those skills for you guys, but I've never been a good multitasker. Is anyone here a good multitasker? I'd like to hear about that. Do you have any tips? I need tips. All right. I called it Dylan's second floor bedroom. All right, here we go. I'm just uploading this right now. I'll just take a moment. I just got to go through the process. I'm going to continue to call it Dylan's second floor bedroom. So some people had mentioned, and I'm sorry, I hadn't even thought about this because I heard so many people using her initials DM, her full name, and I was using her full name. Some of you didn't like that. Thank you. I get it. get it. I get it. Like, I read some of the comments. I'm with you. I kind of feel like the cat's out of the bag now at this point, guys. If this upsets anyone, please let me know. I will certainly take your input into consideration. So I'm just going to ask that we just use first names, if that's cool. Sometimes I think using just initials for people that aren't really familiar, I've gotten comments from you guys too with a case. It's hard for you to follow, right? So if we could just say, like, Dylan instead of DM, let's not use the last name. I hope everyone feels comfortable with that. And yeah. Okay, I'm almost finished with this process here. And then I'm right back to not having to split my attention poorly. All right. I think it's actually uploaded. Sweet. That would be awesome. It's not very long. So what I did was I added some visuals and diagrams and added description to what we have learned through the probable cause affidavit, which most people agree, as I've already said, was not like super satisfying, in order to gain a better understanding of that newly learned information. I also talked extensively to my friend who I used to work for, who owns a site acquisition firm, who is a cellular data expert. I mean, he is brilliant. Gave me some really great insights. We agreed on we've had some very kind of heated conversations. I think I ended up in tears one time. It was mostly because I couldn't understand what he was trying to tell me. And maybe it was also a little bit going against what I was trying to believe. So that was a little bit difficult. And I also had somebody, who's actually related to me, who's been a senior investigator in the New York State Police for over 25 years, take a look at the PCA. And he pointed out some things that I have not heard anyone else talk about yet that I thought were super freaking interesting. And I think you're going to also. So I'm going to share that with you. I'm going to be starting with what we can determine about what happened on the second floor that evening, so Kay Braze doesn't have a nervous breakdown. And also because the New York State 25-year veteran detective was able to give me a lot of insight into that, or a conversation allowed me to arrive at a place with a lot of insight. I also have all that material smoothed over. We'll go a little bit into the Wi-Fi material. That's why I changed the theme of this live stream, a couple hours ago, because I want to have that a little more refined before I put the whole thing out to you. But we're going to start to approach it. It's very telling. It's very complicated. I want to try to explain it in a way that is digestible to everybody. I know, like, for example, with the Watts case, when we went over that material, a lot of people ended up being really frustrated because it's not easy to understand if you don't have a reason to be versed in that lingo, which most people do not. Why would you want to know about all of that if you don't have to? You wouldn't, because it's, for most people, super boring. All right, let me see if this is done processing. Sweet. I think it is. Yes, it is. Nice. All right, so I'm going to bring this into the stream. And all right, so I want you guys, I know you guys love chatting to each other. Hi, Double R. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, so you're just commenting on Dylan's name. Her name will be fully out in every news source in the next few months, but really it is out there now. See, that's what I was thinking as well. Hey, thanks, Dave. You're awesome. Whoops. No, I didn't mean, sorry. I hope I didn't time you out. Wait a minute. God, Dave, if I did time you out, it's because I hit the wrong button. Say something, Dave. Let us know you're there. Let me see. No, you're good. You're good. Okay. It's the way it happens. You give a compliment. We block you here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. This is a super friendly community. I love you guys. You're awesome. All right. So let me bring this in. Okay. So what I was saying was, I know you guys love to chit chat and chat here. Try your best to focus on what is said in this part of the PCA that we're going to be listening to with some visuals added. Because really, when I listened to it again and again and again, and when I got some additional information from these experts that I spoke with, when I went back and listened to it afterwards, although their expertise certainly revealed more details than I think any of us have realized up to this point, and I've been watching lots of other channels the past few days. I've just been doing research. I almost kind of didn't need their expertise, and you're going to see what I mean. So here we go. So focus the best you can, okay? Oops, let me go back. Pause. Oh, hold it. Let me pop in my earbuds too so you don't get an echo. Just 1 second. There they are. Okay. Pop this bad boys in. Turn it on, please. Power on. My earbud assistant has a English accent. Power on. Oh my Lord. Let's see. Hold it. So let me see if it should pick up.
The following is
okay, good. All right.
The following is what is contained in the
Sorry about that. As soon as I started playing this, my computer just shut off. This crap always happens during live streams when we're talking about this stuff. It's so crazy that never happens any other time when I'm on this computer. We could blame it on StreamYard. I blame it possibly on the paranormal, but we're not even going to go there. Oh, wait, hold it. I didn't bring this into the stream yet. Here we go. I have to bring it back into the stream since my computer just randomly turned off. Okay, just 1 second. Here we go. I don't know if you heard me say that. I was just muted, I think. It never happens where my computer just randomly shuts off, except when I'm doing live streams where I'm covering an unalivening case. I don't know what's up with that, but it kind of creeps me out. All right.
The following is what is contained in the probable cause affidavit towards the arrest of Brian Koberger in the Idaho 4 tragedy, the murders of Kelly Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, just released today, January 5th, 2022. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the Latah County of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police, ISP, forensic team was on the scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building.
Okay, so wait, before we get into the most critical parts that they're going to be talking about right here, so we're just going to be talking about what the investigators found when they walked in, and they found the horror that they found, that we just, pray to God it never happened, but sadly it did. And then what the surviving roommates, Bethany and Dylan, remember, we're not going to use last names, but it's kind of silly to use initials, I think, at this point, so we're just going to stick with Bethany and Dylan, what they said. So let's go through that. Please listen carefully, look at the visuals I provided for you, and then I'll stop it, and then we're going to really micro break it down and introduce the information that was extrapolated from the experts that I spoke with. That's a step of detail above and beyond anything I've heard before, anything my brain came up, or anything I've talked to anyone else about other than these experts. And we'll go from there. Okay? Focus. Let your mind be at ease. Focus on the live stream.
Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle's, room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, lying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased.
Well, I just have to say that since I just learned that virtually every single one of my moderators is over the Watts case, maybe I'm going to cancel my future material on that. So I understand what you guys are saying. I do. I just wanted to acknowledge that. So no more Watts case chat, please. We don't like it. No one likes it, apparently. Focus on the live stream.
Deceased with wounds determined later. Autopsy reports provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner dated December 15th to be caused by sharp force injuries. I followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kelly Gonsalves's, hereafter Gonsalves's, room. I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor on November 13th, 2022, that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had a K-bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle globe and an anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. I think I can tell from the chatter in the chat that you guys are not focusing on the live stream, which I can't make you do, but I'm just saying. The interviews include BF, Bethany, and DM, Dylan. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, redacted, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. Roommates Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately.
Bon. Ding, 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 ding. You win the prize. Bon says, why does it say originally? This was one point where I talked to my relative who's a 25-year veteran of the New York State. He's a New York State senior detective. And also my cellular data guy got into this conversation too, because we were on a Google chat or whatever all together. This is one of the points where I started crying. Okay. We're going to get right back to that. Great catch. Hadn't caught it until I was talking about it with them. Really good. Bon wins a prize, and welcome, Bon.
4:12 a.m. DM Dylan Mortensen stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Oh, DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," end quote. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a resident immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. That's a quote. The male walked down towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect, video as described below, leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. on November 13th, I may add. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then the amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vons type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in effort to locate their suspects or suspect vehicle traveling or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. So that concludes the part of the PCA that has to do with the crime scene itself at 1122 King Road. This next immediate part goes into information about the suspect's car and the area video surveillance, and then the rest of the PCA contains even more information. There will be successive videos going over the remaining parts of the probable cause affidavit towards the arrest of Brian Koberger, suspect in the Idaho 4 tragedy.
Okay, so, well, one of the first things I wanted to point out, it seems like several of you, Ara, Gregory Worth, Bill, who did I pin? Was it Bill BJ? No, it was Bon Bon, who I said wins a prize, picked up on in this reading. What I want to know is, did you guys pick up on that before? Because I did not pick up on it until, well, here, let me allow everyone to just listen to it again. It's just a few seconds here. Let me try to, I think I know about where it is. Let's see. I think it's right here.
Of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of from review of Officer Noon's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police, both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath and the United States of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east.
Oops. Okay, here. It's somewhere around
FBI
here.
agents. 2 of the interviews include BF, Bethany, and DM, Dylan. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided.
Okay, here, I found the timestamp. I just searched it. Okay, sorry about that. I was a little bit off. Sorry. Okay.
By the corner.
Gonna bring us right up to the point. Okay, everybody listen. All right. 10 seconds prior for context. Okay, here.
At approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor.
All right, again.
DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor.
All right. So the biggest question that is still being asked to this day, like I told you, since I did my last live stream sometime in the middle of last week, it was several days ago, I haven't been making any content. I've just been talking to experts, taking it in, doing research, listening to other channels' live streams to see what has already been discovered. So I'm not, like reinventing the wheel. One of the beautiful things about having a community of true crime channels is, when other channels discover something that is sort of a new detail, at least to the world of us who are not in law enforcement, we can this is what I do. I do my best to independently, meaning for this channel, verify what has been put out there, knowing that even sometimes channels I love put out, and there's some channels I love who don't do this, but some channels I love sometimes put out BS, it seems like, for views or whatever, I don't know. So then I do my best to verify it. So that's what I've been doing anyhow. So let's see, where was I? Oh, with you originally. Yeah. So wait, let's listen to it one more time. Then I'm just going to tell you what my cousin, who's a 25-year veteran as a senior detective in the New York State Police. That's how long he's been a senior detective. He's obviously ready to retire, even though he's not all that old. He's my oldest cousin, though. So here, listen again.
DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor.
So what I was saying, I'm sorry, is the biggest question that everyone is still asking to this day. There are several major media news outlets who today on January 14th put out fresh articles talking about how the biggest question among authorities, among investigators who are, watching this case, who are offering commentary on this case, is what the heck happened where there was an 8-hour lapse of time between the set of events that is described in the PCA as observed by surviving roommate Dylan to when the 911 call was made, again, almost 8 hours later at 11:58 a.m. So in the process of listening to these various channels and these experts, kind of probing into this question, they made some really great points. And I think it is a legitimate question. It seems like that is agreed on by almost everyone. The only people that I have heard who've been interviewed by various channels or have appeared on various news outlets who say it is no big deal, interestingly enough, come from a similar perspective that I do, with my background being in psychology, and I'm currently a practicing behavioral therapist. I have that question. Several other people in similar professions to mine, some of them were able to squelch that question by saying, we don't know how a person is going to respond to shock and terror I put out that video about the 5 F's and the various ways that people tend to respond to fear, to a perceived threat with our reptilial, mammalian, and neocortex brains, right? The sympathetic nervous system takes over. You don't really have a choice in it. So some psychologists were able to dismiss that 8-hour gap because of like all that jazz, right? But some weren't. And one of them is me. Even though I understand that we don't decide how we respond to fear and a perceived threat, extreme fear and a perceived threat, I also understand that whole concept completely enough to know this. When the sympathetic nervous system takes over and your sympathetic nervous system unconsciously chooses friend, freeze, flop, flight, or fright. If you haven't seen the video, I'll put a link pretty soon into the chat. That sympathetic nervous system taking over lasts only momentarily. The whole purpose of that mechanism to freeze, flop, friend, flight, or fright is simply to move you out of harm's way. Hey, sis fish, what's up? Hey, Ivy the one, how you doing? Have you guys, I think you guys have probably all seen the video. I'll put the video link in chat. For those that have seen the video, I don't want you to have to watch it again. I mean, I think it's a good video. I want to put it out. But here, let me put it in chat right now. So the purpose of those mechanisms that we have to effectively and successfully respond to fear and threats are only meant to take over the conscious thinking, analytical mind for moments. The most liberal, I went back and did some research into this specifically. How long does the sympathetic nervous system unconscious response last for? The most liberal times that were given by experts who have done copious research on this topic was 20 to 30 minutes. Most people say, experts who have done copious research on this topic, say anywhere, I've got from 2 to 5 minutes written down here, or up to 10 minutes. Does that make sense? So what that means is, although we can say that yes, maybe Dylan Mortensen, her description of the state she was in, a frozen shock phase, is remarkably, close to, in psychology, what we're going to, casually talk about as being the freeze sympathetic nervous system selection for responding to a perceived threat. She described the freeze, right? So first thing you're going to do is try to friend the perceived threat. If that's obviously not a choice, you're going to go to freeze. Then you're going to go to flop or play dead. Last is going to be fight or flight, basically. So wait, here is the link to the video that I'm talking about right now. I'm going to put it in chat. If anybody has not seen it and you'd like to watch it after the stream, obviously I'd love you to do that. Hey, True Seeker, what's up? How you doing? Hey, Rockaways, how's it going? Oh, Lala HK, I don't think I got to say hi to you, by the way. Always love it when you're here. Hello, sweetheart. All right. So still, because I understand that mechanism of friend, freeze, flop, fight, or flight only takes over for a few minutes, 8 hours is still a ginormous question to me. Hey, Justice A through Z girl, how are you doing? So when I was talking to, I'm going to repeat myself a little because Justice A through Z just came in. I think she may want to come up on panel. When I was talking to a relative of mine who's a 25-year veteran as a senior detective in New York State police force, he's been a senior detective for 25 years. He's been doing this since like he was a baby. And also my friend who is the cellular data expert, and also another friend of mine who's really one of my best friends, who just gained her doctoral as a sex therapist. I don't remember what the exact degree was called. She's going to come on the channel next week to talk about how Brian Koberger interacted with women according to accounts from his friends and acquaintances that he has, crossed paths with over the years. She's going to have some really great things to say. I don't even want to talk about that anymore because she's so brilliant. She's going to tell you all about it. Hey, Midge Elkins. So when we listened to this part of my recording of the probable cause affidavit one more time, here it goes. It's only 10 seconds. I wrote down exactly what he said, his quote.
DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor.
Okay, so what he says was, when an investigator writes the probable cause affidavit document, every word needs to have meaning and it needs to be very specific. If in this case, he wrote originally, she went to bed in her second floor bedroom and she did not later move to a different floor, to a different bedroom, he'd be ass kicked. Basically, that would be a big no-no. In his opinion, this wording is so intentional and so specific, unless the dude who wrote the PCA is on the way to getting fired. He said that there is zero chance that Dylan M did not, at some point after encountering the perpetrator, move to a different bedroom. He said, I'd even say definitely on another floor. I hadn't even told him about the first floor bedrooms because of the way this is worded in the PCA. So one more time, let's listen to this specific wording that my relative, who's a 25-year senior veteran of the New York State Police Department detectives, whatever, he's a senior detective. Here it is.
DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor.
There. So just from that, he gleaned all of that information that I just passed along to you. What do you guys think about that? Does anybody want to come up on panel to comment specifically on that? I want to try to stay focused on the topics at hand here because I have like 2 notebook pages of critical things that we need to go over based on what these experts had given to us as far as, information that you might not catch if you're not an expert. So here is a linked panel if anyone does want to come up. Now, remember, if you do come up on panel, I love everyone that comes up on panel. You guys always have so much to offer. Remember, some people are more outgoing, some people are a little more reserved. So let's please make sure that we share the mic with all our friends. So here's my girl, Justice A through Z. She's not one of those reserved types. Here she is. Hey girl, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. Oh, and let's bring up Ara too. Also, not one of those reserved types. Here's my girls. Hey Ara, how you doing, honey?
Good. How are you all?
Good. Awesome. Yeah. So Ali Foss says originally Keehan. Exactly, Eli. I'm sorry, Eli. Yes. And also what you said before, very interesting. We're going to try to get back to it as well. Eli then also said redacted from after David. Redacted from
Affidavit.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Oh, you are on it. So what do you guys think about that very specifically? The wording. Let me play it one more time. Listen carefully, Justice A through Z. I think you just joined us, so listen carefully. And then
I've been here the whole time, Kelly.
Oh, okay, you have. Okay, all right. So what do you guys think
everything.
of that?
I'm with
cool.
you. I'm with you 100%.
So first, Justice A through Z, you go first. What do you think?
Oh, my mind is blown. My mind is absolutely blown. I think that he knows what he's talking about. And yeah.
I mean, if I didn't have complete confidence in what he said with him being that definitive, I wouldn't share it with you guys, just for the mere fact that if it ended up being wrong, I would feel like, I wouldn't want to be disrespectful to him in that manner. But he was so confident when he said it, sort of blew me away. What do you think, Ara?
Well, and my question just goes to, as opposed to what? Originally, as opposed to what?
As
what
opposed
else?
to, okay, so what we're saying is the wording originally means that she originally went to bed in her second floor bedroom. So that means at some point later in that evening, there was a secondary.
Right. That's my question.
Location.
Where else were you? Is where I'm thinking. That word makes me feel like she wasn't there.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, I don't know. I don't freaking know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything about this. So, but what I'm thinking, and maybe I need to broaden my thoughts of horizon, like you guys always encourage me to do with your wonderful, brilliant comments. I'm just thinking that she then went down to the first floor with roommate Bethany and one of the reasons I'm thinking that is because when investigators were talking about, initially when they were talking about what was up with the roommates, it was on 2 occasions. I actually found those press conferences. I have them saved. I didn't record when the timestamp was, and I really don't want to listen to them. I think you guys all have heard it, or you can just take my word for it. It was on 2 occasions. I listened through all their freaking press conferences when Chief James Fry very clearly and pointedly referred to the 2 surviving roommates as being on the first floor. So putting all this together, my conclusion is on the first floor. Yeah. And Eli again says, I keep being drawn to your comments. Eli, thank you. Says safety in numbers, something like that. Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah. Yeah. And let me also bring, I think I got someone else backstage. I think it's K-Braze. Yeah. Let me bring K-Braze up, see what K-Braze thinks. So, hey, K-Braze, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good. So what do you think about that?
I just don't understand about, there's a lot of different wordings with Dylan and what's going on, but I still can't get over all she heard was, let me help you, and, oh, someone's here. I mean, someone had to have been screaming. Like, there's no way that all this stuff was going on, and, like, nothing's coming out of that. She just heard whisper, let me help you, and a whimper. Like,
Right.
I think there's no way that she just heard a whimper and, hey, let me help you.
All right, I want to address that. That's a good point. So I just want to read two comments here. Validation Boy, welcome. How are you doing, friend? Says, something tells me there's accomplices. And pride or honesty, my future husband, so happy you're here all the time, says, quote, everyone upstairs is dead. Can I sleep in your bed tonight? Yeah, I know it's a little awkward, right? I get it. Now, in regards to what you're saying, K-Braze, I know it is a little like troublesome, or it is a little bit off when we think about it, but we have to remember this. I have to keep reminding myself this. This is why I keep saying it over and over again. I'm not trying to talk to you guys like you're golden retrievers. Like I was saying the other night, some of the people that were being interviewed on that particular day, I thought they were talking to the viewers, all of us, like we were idiots. But we do need to remember that the purpose of the probable cause affidavit has one purpose. And I was talking to my relative about this that I was just mentioning, and he just, really like back that up for me. And I talked to my dad, who is a DA for 30 years or something. He said the same thing. And my other friend that I talked to get legal consultation on these cases, they're all very clear that the purpose of probable cause affidavit is singular. It is to put forth enough evidence to trigger whoever the judge is oftentimes on call at that moment, because it's often happening like off hours, to sign a warrant for the apprehension and arrest of the perpetrator, to get them off the streets in the name of public safety and to start the criminal justice legal proceedings. So in saying that, now in talking to the attorneys that I consult about these cases, it gets a little more nuanced, right? And this all makes so much sense. It's like, gosh, I can't believe I even had to someone to tell me to think about that. But listen to this. So you want to put forth enough evidence to get that judge to sign that warrant for the apprehension and usually arrest of the perpetrator, but without disclosing information that you do not yet have to disclose, to put into the hot little, hungry little hands of the soon-to-be defense team, right?
Yes,
so
that's correct.
So it's not until the point of the pretrial discovery do both sides need to disclose everything they have, with the prosecution having the most at risk. Because if they withhold anything from the defense, that could be exculpatory information, and exculpatory information or evidence is information or evidence that could lead to the exoneration of the accused. There are major legal penalties, including being disbarred if the prosecution's team does not give them everything. So the game that they play is to not give them all of the details until they have to in the pre-trial discovery, at which time the defense is usually over effing wound with the amount of evidence and information that has in fact been discovered. And they want to keep them in that state of overwhelmness. That's the whole point, Go ahead. Sorry.
I just thought of it this way. you asked me towards Dylan and all this, and people are saying, oh, she's scared. Some people are like, oh, it's not enough time. Imagine going to a haunted house and people are saying, hey, let me help you, or just whimpering towards you, and you just walk out like, wow. But imagine when you really go to one and someone's screaming and yelling and loud banging and noises. That's a
Right.
whole different feeling.
Sure. But remember, even if, let's just say, even if Dylan told investigators all of that, the screaming, the banging, the loudness, the terrifyingness, the state's team in this case, or the investigators team in this case, is going to look at the totality of the evidence and say, what is the minimal that we need to put in this PCA that we feel 100% confidence is going to trigger that judge to sign the warrant for the apprehension and arrest of the perpetrator. So, does that make sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They need to get him in. And then the real work begins. The more of the investigation happens.
Yeah, I just pinned your comment, and Ara said investigation is still happening. It is now in overdrive. Exactly. Yes. We just have to think of, really, it's true. I mean, I know this is an overused analogy, so I'm going to go ahead and overuse it more. Like, what has been revealed to us in the PCA is truly just the tip of the iceberg of what has been uncovered by investigation at this point,
That's why we feel the timeline doesn't make sense. There are a lot of holes in that we're not going to be told of until probably the trial itself.
Right. Yeah, totally. Yep. Absolutely. So, yep. What are you thinking, A through Z?
There.
Is that sign language? Okay.
I had it muted just to be on the safe side.
Thank you, honey.
So, man, my mind is blown. The last thing I wrote down, I want to share this. This is on topic, but it's just a little bit of a different direction.
Sure.
The things that she reports hearing, like the specific words, the specific sentences, right? The somebody's here, someone's here, and it's okay, I'll help you. I'm not convinced that that's what was said in either of those cases. If she's in a state of trauma and she's hearing the sounds that she's hearing, like, for instance, she thought that a dog was being played with upstairs by Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine that actually sounded like a dog playing with Kaylee. But, you hear what you expect to hear, and you put it in that framework of what you would normally hear. And I think she was getting spooked. And so she heard those words. There's somebody.
But that's what stuck for her.
Right. But it could have been anything that was mumbled. It could have even been just mumblings. It could have been moanings that weren't words. But I just wanted to say that's, I'm kind of suspending my disbelief about a lot of it.
Yes, I know what you mean. I know.
And I have been like really, really, really gentle with Dylan as far as the whole post-traumatic stress disorder shock. That's what I've spoken to a lot, because I've seen.
Oh yeah, and Justice A through Z also is. You can tell them what your background is, Justice A through Z.
Right. I have had the opportunity to see one person in real life post-traumatic stress disorder shock, and it's surreal. It is unbelievable. And I mean, you're in a state of like shaking and confusion, and that state can last for a very long time.
Yeah.
A very long time.
Sure.
And also with PTSD, it's like, we don't know, did Dylan have her own PTSD when she was younger? Did she have an assault the previous week? I mean, we don't know anything about her. So I've been giving her like all the grace in the world. Like, she's alive and that's good. And let's just let her be.
Mm-hmm.
However, the whole thing is just mind-boggling, isn't it?
It sure is. Well, Ara brings up a really good point in chat here. Ara's double dutying us. I love it. The more Ara, the better, right? So in chat, Ara said, Dylan is their key witness. And this is a great point, because in so knowing that, and also understanding that the PCA just wants to put forth enough information for the singular goal of getting a judge to sign that warrant for the suspect's apprehension and arrest, particularly in regards to the key witness, the prosecution side wants to keep as much as possible underground until they, deliver the defense team that overwhelming blow of everything they really know when the pre-trial discovery is like due, hopefully 5 minutes after, right? So here, Gregory Worth is also backstage. I want to bring Gregory up and hear what Gregory has to say. So, hey, Gregory, my friend, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How's everybody?
Good. Thank you so much for coming up. What are you thinking, my friend?
Well, there's a couple of things I thought about regarding Dylan. It's not to put any blame on her, but I was thinking about where her room is situated. And so people have speculated that Berger probably parked up behind the house, kind of in that area that people speculate, where it was a voyeur area.
Yeah.
So if he exited the sliding door, like most people think, and it was cold, so the ground is frozen, and her window was right there on the back of the house.
Yes.
Then it's hard for me to believe that she did not hear him walking up past up the backyard, and especially once he opened his car door and slammed the door and started the engine. Noise travels a lot farther at night. So if you see where that road is, it's not very far from the house at all. So I'm just saying that, to me, I don't see how she would not have heard him drive off. And then the other thing that comes to my mind is, because I used to be a volunteer fireman and also an EMT. And I remember the one time we went on a call where there was a deceased individual, and he had passed away that morning and was in his bed, and it was a little bit warm. And the only way that I could tolerate being in that house was to be wearing a Scott's Air Pack.
Oh, wow.
So I was thinking about the fact that if she was in the room, it wouldn't have taken long for that ventilation system to have been pumping a very, very horrible, foul odor throughout the house. And that makes me wonder if that could have been the driving force of her going downstairs. And if, in fact, the front door was cracked, if possibly
that she
did that to try and let some of the odor out.
Now, do you remember towards the end of the investigation, it was made public, or, a reporter was there and saw it happen, that some HVAC team went into the house while they were still, in the heat of the investigation before they arrested Kohlberger, and everyone was like, what's up with that? Could that have something to do with it?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know why they would have been in there. I wouldn't have thought it would have been to have tried to clean any ducts out or anything. They wouldn't
want to get rid of it, because that's the thing. They wouldn't want to get rid of any evidence. No. So the whole purpose for them being there, my thought was that it had to be something that had to do with enhancing evidence, where they needed some kind of expert, and they happened to be the expert on the scene, because there ain't no way they were cleaning at that point, know. Yeah. And everyone in chat really likes you as a guest up here, Gregory. I just want to tell you that you're getting lots of compliments.
Okay. Thank you, chat.
Can I ask a question? Is anybody else real curious about why Bethany is not mentioned at all in the affidavit?
Well, she is, only insofar as mentioning where Xana and Ethan were, which is very confusing in itself because she says she puts them at the Sigma Chi house from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m., which was supposed to have been that gigantic block of time that was the hole in their timeline. Like, what's up with that? Yeah, it is curious. Yeah.
It's really weird. I'm wondering if it was a Saturday night, college, I'm just wondering how much drug use was going on with with everyone in the house.
Yeah, I think my future husband, Pride or Honesty, had texted me some kind of a theory like that, right? Pride or Honesty, like that, maybe she had like the mother's I don't know, maybe she was on something or had a stash of something in her room and, not realizing the horrificness of what happened, was just singularly concerned with her own, getting caught, having all this stuff. If you realize what would happen, hopefully that wouldn't even be a thought anymore. But some people are selfish. Maybe it would be. Who knows? But, oh, and Eli Faust, Gregory says, and I echo this too. Thanks for serving the community as a firefighter. Oh, from 27-year firefighter lieutenant yourself, Eli. Awesome. Well, thank you both then. That's awesome. Yeah. Anyone who serves a community like that, I thank you all. It is so brave and courageous, something that I could personally never do and most of us couldn't do. Oh, then Pride and so thank you guys. Pride or Honesty clarifies me, as my future husband likes to do, says, my plot twist theory was she had a ton of drugs in her room and needed friend. Oh, that's right. That's right. I knew I didn't get the nuance. And so Bon, and we're going to get to the question that is burning a hole in your soul, Bon, don't worry, which is what's up with calling the friends first. So let me read this again. My plot twist theory was that she had a ton of drugs in her room and that she needed friends to pick it all up before the cops were called. Not a bad theory. I mean, there really is no other good answer to that question. But wait, Gregory hit on a point that I made a little slideshow presentation for y'all where I wanted to focus on the windows. So the windows on the second floor, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong. This is a topic that I haven't really seen anybody go over thoroughly. Now, in talking to the experts that I did and thinking this through myself and taking a few days off of making content and just listening and researching, I think that, we need to pay more attention to the windows on the second floor. So what happened on the second floor? That's what we all want to know now, isn't it? And wait, let's see. How do I move? Okay. All right. So if we look at this, here, let me make this bigger for myself. Okay. So I'm sorry, this is kind of like this is a floor plan with some details. So I'm sorry if it looks a little hard to follow. I think I used too many colors, but c'est la vie, right? So we see, obviously, I put Dylan's bedroom and Xana's bedroom in large print for you to see. I also twisted this around so we can look at it at different angles to go along with pictures we have of the exterior, but we'll get to that. So now you'll see over on the left bottom hand side, it shows that color blue rectangle is a window. So we see that there is a window next to the patio, well, on each side of the patio that goes into the kitchen. We also see that there is a larger window than either of those windows that goes into Dylan's bedroom. And as we look at the exterior pictures, we're going to see just beyond that is the woods where like a pervy voyeur kind of person could hang out. Next slide. I can't remember the order I put these in. So, all right. So we have, we all know this at this point. So at least originally on the third floor, Kaylee and Maddie were the victims. On the second floor, Ethan and Xana were victims and Dylan survived. Did she move down to the first floor somewhere else? That's a question we have out there. First floor obviously was roommate Bethany, who survived. Now, all right, so here is the second floor kitchen from a certain perspective. So this is the second floor sliding glass door that when we read the probable cause affidavit, what Dylan said was after she saw him, she saw the bushy eyebrows, she was in the frozen shock stage, and we can go back and listen to that in detail too if you'd like. She saw him, walking past her towards the second floor sliding glass door. If anyone is questioning whether this is a second floor sliding glass door or not, if you look outside, you can see obviously it's flush with the ground. It's clearly a second floor that we're looking at here. Now,
Ms. Kelly, sorry.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to ask you, do you think that he knew the layout of the house before he went in?
Absolutely. Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, I
Do
just
you?
wanted to ask that. Yeah, it seems like it.
Yep.
Seems like it. What do you
So-
think, Braze?
Yep.
What do you think, Gregory?
Yeah, I think he did. I really think he knew the layout. He would have to be able to find Xana and Ethan's room, especially.
Yes, exactly. What do you think, Justice A through Z?
Oh, he had to be extremely comfortable with the house. I've wondered
Yeah.
if on the other 12 times that he was staking the place out, if he hadn't snuck in the house and like
During a
hidden in the
party.
closet.
Or just mixed in during a party is something I thought about. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Either.
too. But that inside looking profile that seems as likely to be him as the Papa Roger profile
Yeah, no, I agree.
really makes me wonder if he had a voyeuristic thing going, and
It
that
seems that.
that is how he was so comfortable in the house, was that he'd been hiding in it before. But
Yeah.
so reading in the chat, people were talking about him applying to the Moscow police department and the
Fire department was. Oh yeah, police department. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
and the Idaho PD. I
Yeah.
had heard that it was the Pullman Police Department that he had applied
Yes.
to for
Yeah,
the
it was
insurance.
it was Pullman. Yes, that's right. I've got my notes right here. It was Pullman. Yep. Yeah. Thank
So-
you. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. So if you didn't know that, there's something interesting that he applied to the Pullman Police Department. And oh gosh, there's somewhere I don't know where it is right now, but there's like a statement that he made, like what was his goals and wanting to be part of the police department, and it had to do something with public safety, right? Justice? Do you know about that?
Yeah. I actually think I might have it in my little notebook here.
Yeah, I know. I got one of them too, right? That's right.
My handy notebook.
Handy dandy notebook.
It was something about the wanting to help process evidence in
That's right. That's right.
in rural cases.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it was. Thank you, darling. You're good.
Yeah, like he wanted to like specialize in that. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Yeah.
He stated that he was interested in collecting data from rural areas and criminal investigations.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's that. So anyone who didn't know that, there's a good piece of information to blow your mind just a little bit more.
So
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I used to live in Washington State, right?
Yeah.
And so I'd been to Wazoo a couple of times. And it's a really weird school. I hadn't really let myself think about that until just the last couple of days. And when I say weird, it's kind of like in the state of Washington, it's probably considered the lowest on the totem pole of hierarchy of cool schools.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Okay.
But that's from living. I lived out there for like 23 years.
Okay.
So Wazoo it's WSU, and it's called Wazoo, not because the initials are WSU, but because it's like a zoo of wild animals. The behavior there is like National Lampoon's Animal House.
Really?
It's horrible.
So not a really serious academic school, you're saying?
No.
Well, and haven't there been a couple of unalivings there at a park, and they haven't solved that, and that was just in the last 6 months or something like that?
And then you have that guy with the SWAT team, after this had happened.
Mm-hmm.
Now, contrasting that with Idaho University, which is only 10 miles away, but it's a very much more highly regarded, prestigious type of place. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that I'd been thinking about is what a horrible scar this is of Wazoo having that like National Lampoon Animal House type of.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's just the way it's always been.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you have that Idaho University with being a much more like polished or I don't want to sound classist, but more like elite. Let's just say elite. But then these four people that were taken out are like the cream of the crop.
Right.
So
right.
so you got
Absolutely.
these like National Lampoon student dude doing that to the kind, and they're not rival colleges, but they are like Pullman is basically like an armpit of a town. There's absolutely nothing there.
Oh, interesting. Very
I'm
interesting.
just telling it like it is. Like I've tried
Man.
to like leave it all out, but I know like with,
why don't you tell us what you really think next?
Yeah,
I'd like to hear
I
that.
just took it off my bucket list.
this is what I liken it to. You know, I liken it to having with the Kylie Rodney case, having had the experience of going to Truckee many times. It was fascinating to me when I started in the live chats and on my channel talking about that whole thing with Donner Pass. Not just that they had the horrific event of the cannibalism there, but more importantly, that the whole community regards that as something cool and funny as opposed to something horrifying. So the attitude of the community, I think, painted a very interesting backdrop for the whole Truckee situation with the Kylie Rodney case. So thinking about that with here, and let me just say, I've never been to Moscow. I've never been there. So I don't know Moscow firsthand. But again, I've been all over Washington State. And
so we can say our Justice A through Z, she gets around.
I do. I've lived a lot. I've traveled a lot. But Moscow's cool. Moscow's like the cool town. So Pullman's like the not cool town. And Moscow it's more artsy. It's just got more to offer.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to say is that it's just really bad for the mentality of locals and just how people view Pullman and Washington State University. It's going to be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. And that's, to, Steve Gonsalves's point, perhaps that was a lot of the reason why they were, didn't want some of the information to, be disseminated throughout, the greater media. But then also to his point, what's worse, like knowing that they're on the lookout for someone like this or knowing that somebody did this and they have not yet been apprehended.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I guess one way to phrase it is that the student, and I'm sure I'm going to offend somebody, but the student body at Wazoo is kind of redneck. Let's just put it that way.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I live in upstate New York. We got a lot of rednecks. I'm not offended. It's all good.
And then the Moscow, the University of Idaho is a little more fancy.
Gotcha. I got it.
Yeah.
Now, Lala HK, thank you for pointing out that there was the Zillow walkthrough of this apartment. Right now, when I've been looking for that recently, I hadn't been able to find it. I do see the just, room by room pictures. There's like 23 photos, but I feel like the walkthrough has been taken down or the link has been disabled. If you do have that link and you want to share it, that would be great. So here, let me go back really quickly just to this little PowerPoint presentation deal that I made for you guys. So we have here, and thank you for all that, Justice A through Z. That was really awesome information. I appreciate it. So if you're looking at, the second floor here, so here we go. Second floor, you see up at the top, and we're focusing on the windows. Because again, I haven't seen a lot of people focusing on the windows in the second floor. And I personally think that this could be something critical. Because we're not going to get there in today's live stream. I'm just going to tell you that because there's so much information to cover, and I'm trying to do this in chronology of the PCA. But I'm going to tell you, I personally, and this is not to say, I was right, pat myself on the back, but just to give the perspective of the different thoughts we've had here. I personally didn't have any like evidentiary reason to think that he was not in the house when they arrived home. I always felt like he came into the house after they got home. Probably in the next live stream when I introduce more of the details that can be extrapolated with confidence due to the cellular data information, it is in my strong opinion that I'm going to stand by that there is no way that the perpetrator was in the house before the roommates arrived back. Now, I don't want to debate that right now because I have a lot of information to share with you, but I just don't think we're going to get there today. So with all that being said, I want to take a look at the window. So we have the window that goes into Dylan's room. We have the windows on either side of the patio on that second floor. So now when you're looking at the interior pictures here, second floor kitchen, there's one of the smaller windows. It's right above the dishwasher. Some people in their little layouts that I've seen on other channels have these things incorrectly labeled. We're not going to do that to you here at Watch the Obsession. And then now when you're looking at the kitchen from the perspective just about of the sliding glass door, or maybe just to the right of the sliding glass door where the one smaller window would be. So here I'm talking about the one that I'm circling. It's right under the R of the rear, okay? This is the perspective that we're looking into the kitchen from now. You have Dylan's bedroom if you make like a hard right. And then Xana's bedroom is going to be up and over to the left. Now, right behind this wall in the kitchen with the refrigerator is the Xana's bathroom. And then to the left of that is her room, as you, see here. Okay. Oh, wait, hold it. I would probably have to turn that around. I'm going to do a turned around. I'm going to give a turned around version of this. So if you can't visualize it, you'll be able to in a minute. Okay. Now circled here in red, guess what window that is? That's the window that goes into Dylan's bedroom. It's the largest window of the windows on the second floor. It's accessible from the ground. More importantly, perhaps, I don't know, just saying maybe. It's accessible from the ground that you would access by coming in through the woods. Next, we have the window circled in green and then the window circled in red. Sis Fish, my girl, you brought this to our attention a long time ago. Always ahead of things, my Sis Vicious. So you can see here that it's on ground level and it has access coming in from those shady ass wooded area. I mean, I know everything is, we have all this information. It's 20/20 hindsight. If my kid was like, yeah, I'm going to rent this apartment, I'm like, aren't there a lot less shady ass apartments you could rent? I don't know. Yeah. But again, we know everything we do now. So, and then here is the perspective of looking at that window, and you see the interior light is on from the night. Now we know that these, as Sis Vicious had pointed out before also, these, bulb lights were illuminated at the time, over that night. And so there's that. So these windows are going to become, I think, even more material as we continue to go along and break this down and talk about it. But I just want everybody to have these basic understandings about these windows in their mind as we're discussing this case. All right. Let's see.
Am I the only person that wonders why more boyfriends and girlfriends weren't hanging out together on Saturday night?
Yeah, I know. I did think that. Here's what I thought about it when I did think about it was that, remember, Kaylee had already moved out. And the only reason she was back in town for that evening was because she wanted to show off her Range Rover that she miraculously purchased herself to Maddie. So maybe by virtue of making a $70,000 investment and then wanting to show it off to Maddie, that $70,000 kind of cinched the deal on it being a girls' night. That's all I could think.
Right. But then Dylan with her boyfriend too, or not with her boyfriend. I know he lived far away.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because he claims that he had never, ever been in Moscow.
And
really?
Wasn't that Thanksgiving break happening soon?
Yes. Well, okay, so this happened on the 13th. Thanksgiving was on the 24th. So yes, it was coming up soon.
Yeah, that is his claim, because the town that he lives in is like 4 or 5 hours away, Boise, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty far, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. Hi, Justice for Dan Markle. How are you doing, dear? Okay. So, all right. Where do we go from here? Oh, there's so much more.
Somebody said 5 hours away. So from Boise to the university.
I've heard both 4 and 5. Yeah, something a decent drive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long drive.
They must have
Yeah.
both been celibate then.
Yeah, I doubt it. Doubt it.
Right. I mean, how did she go home on the weekends to see him? I mean, I don't know. I'm also curious. I'm curious if anybody has any idea how long Xana and Ethan had been together. I mean, I think I have an idea of Maddie and Jake were together for a couple of years.
I believe it was a year. I believe they've been together about a year.
I was going to say that too, because Ethan's mom does talk about it, and she either said their year anniversary was coming up, or I'm almost feeling like I'm leaning towards it just passed a couple months ago. But it was approximately a year. We can find that somewhere deep in the in the annals of the University of Idaho.
I mean, they just look like two peas in a pod. They definitely looked like they were made for each other.
They sure did.
Yeah, everyone said that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the commenters said, Ivy, the one, said this could have been an inside job. Is that something that people want to speak to?
What? Just remember how earlier I asked you all if you guys thought that he had been, or he knew the layout of the house. Most of us agreed that he did. And I wonder if there's any connection between the previous phone pings and any parties that happened at the house. Could he have gone to a party and nobody even noticed him, but he was there? I wonder if they're doing some sort of link in that way.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry. It wasn't personal. I was just reading a comment. I was trying to understand.
No,
could you say that again?
So they had there have been previous phone pings, right, around the house.
Yeah.
From before that day. So could he had been at a party or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or even that he just helped himself into a party, because it does seem like, not even from the body cam footage, it seems like from when they showed up at the body cam footage, it seems like on those instances of partying, there weren't all that many people there at the time. Maybe that's why it was a noise complaint. It was later. The noise was bumping. I don't know. But from the accounts of neighbors and, other people around that I read that didn't seem jaded, didn't really seem to have any skin in the game, they just said that the parties at that house would be like overflowing frequently,
Yeah, so that could be a way he could have learned of the house, or, the layout, been to a party, and no one noticed him. So I wonder if they're connecting the dates of parties and the phone pings.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm sure. I hope
Good
so.
point.
That's a very good point. Now, Michaela is saying to Kaylin, and Kaylin, I think you were the one who had first brought this up, and if someone else did and I didn't pin you or whatever, I'm sorry about that. I'm not trying to not give you credit. I'm just trying to keep up with chat here. But they're making the point about the screen being out of the same window. So here Michaela says to Kaylin, yes, thank you, emphatically. It was in the August 21st body cam that you can see the screen out of the same window at What's the Obsession. I think I know what you're talking about. And let me just clarify, Michaela, that you're talking about Dylan's window. Is that correct? Does anyone up here know anything about that? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Let's see.
I thought the screen out was more square, like the window beside it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, I just started thinking about the windows, and that people had not been covering it as much as I feel like they should. But you might be right, Gregory. But if Kaylin or Michaela, if you want to come up, you're welcome to. Again, you don't have to stay up forever. If you want to just let us know what you're saying. If you don't want to, that's okay though. But if one of you can just let us know, which window are you talking about? Oh, we're unsure because the couch is in the way. Okay. Okay, so Michaela says, yes, I'm talking about Dylan's window. And the brick was also in the same position too, I think. Okay, yeah. Yep, I know. Bon says, you need a better picture. Well, geez, I'm working on it, Bon. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, there is a picture where you can see the bricks underneath it. I have it somewhere in my files. My computer's starting to get like all Idaho 4 out, like it was all Wattsed out, where it's just taking over my computer. It's hard to keep all this organized. I will try to find it. If anyone else has quick access to it, please pop in a link. I'll be happy to show it.
But he was a tall guy. Would he need bricks for that?
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good question, Ara. Really good question. Yeah. I see your messages, private chat too. Thank you.
I'm curious if anybody has any idea about who actually made the 911 call at 11:58.
That is one of the burning questions.
Yeah.
And I wonder, I don't think that it was the criminal defendant, but I wonder if it could have been possibly outside chance. It seems like when it's talked about, they say her and she, maybe like it's a female, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think that when he drove through town at 9:15 or so, that he was probably mind blown that there was no
emergency
activity.
vehicles.
Right.
Yeah.
I bet.
It's probably flipping
Because
out.
it's mind blowing that there was no activity at that time. That's the
Right.
problem, isn't it? Right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you watch Dateline, Kelly?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, because
When was Dateline?
last night, I believe,
Oh, cool. Guess what I'm
Yep.
going to be doing after live stream?
Yeah.
it brought up a lot of different stuff that they have like two, I think, detective or lawyers. It's like a husband and wife that they always have on. And their deal, I mean, do you believe in Dateline? To me, Dateline's like
Oh.
they have to tell the truth.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're held accountable. I do believe Dateline. I find them to be factually like in line almost all the time.
Yeah, the husband and wife said, "Oh, well, you would think he would take out his biggest target first."
Right. Absolutely.
Which they said was Ethan, and then he was like, "Oh, now that's out of the way, I can go upstairs."
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because so are we? Okay. Let me ask you like this. On panel, here's a question to you and Kay Braze. According to the perspective from Dateline, was there perspective that Kaylee and or Maddie were the targets?
I did not watch it, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Kay Braze. Thank you, Ara.
That's the whole thing is, to me, it's almost like, would he know? That's the other question. Do you think he know that Kaylee was there? Because she did have a different car. Say she had an old car, maybe he is stocked. He's been there plenty of times. So how long has she been gone from the house?
Well,
like
I'm sure she would have posted
I like how you
it.
just swallowed the word stalked. Good job, Kay Braze.
What if she just posted it on the internet?
Right.
Or her
Right.
friends could have posted it. I
That's
mean,
true.
everything's
That's a good
on the
point.
internet.
That's a really good point.
So yeah, if he didn't even know Kaylee was there, possibly because she just got her new car and she wanted to show it off that weekend. And maybe they're saying that he parked his car. That's the whole thing I don't understand either. He parked his car in the back somewhere after he like did a U-turn and all that. So he might not have seen all the cars in the driveway. So it's like, how would you, if your whole idea was only maybe one or two people in the house, but for some reason you didn't check, maybe that there's more than people than you can handle for one person. It's just, to me, it's like, I think that's what he did. He knew that maybe Ethan visited because Xana still lives there. Maybe he knew Kaylee left, but he wasn't expecting her. And he just happened to know that take out the first one that I know is probably there, which was Ethan. And then he thought there's one upstairs.
Yeah, possibly. That's right. Possibly. If Kaylee was not the target, then yes, that's very possible. Wait, I want to go right back to that. I want to ask this really quick because people are catching on to this in chat, and I just want to know. So, Annie Ruler, thank you very much and welcome, darling. Always love having you in chat. You always have good information. So, Annie is saying to Caitlin, Ethan's brother, his triplet brother, Hunter, took over the call. Now, I know it's been surmised that that is who took over the call. And I do believe someone took over the call. And I do believe he was one of the people that was called there. I personally have not been able to verify that it was, in fact, Ethan's brother, Hunter, who took over the call. And I see you also asserted something else in chat that I would be a really big deal. I don't think I can't. I'm just not going to post that one because of, like YouTube. But was that verified? anywhere? I mean, I guess I'm not questioning you. I'm thanking you, but I'm asking what was the source that verified that? Because I'd like to check it out myself if possible. Thank you, dear. Okay, that's all. Does anyone else know that to be true? Like proven that it was Ethan's triplet brother Hunter that took over the call?
No, I have not.
Not verified. Okay. 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 Let's see.
You have to watch the Dateline, Kelly, because to me it
Oh, I
opened up
will.
way more evidence to me. Like there was so much. So most people are like, "Oh, same stuff over and over," but there were so many little things. Even one of Brian's students says around the time of all that happening, he just started giving out hundreds to everybody out of nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I didn't hear that specific fact. Hey, Phantasmic Ether, how are you doing? Thanks for being here. I had heard that, some people, I think one of his professors said that, he was all of a sudden like in a much better mood. And yeah. Thank you, Annie Ruler. I appreciate it. And again, I'm not questioning you. I just would love to know where you found if that information was verified, and if so, where, so I can include that in our understood facts. You know what I'm saying? So thank you.
And they also went over the 911 about unconscious person, like we've talked a long time ago.
Yes.
And they said that's when they're busy or they're not 100% sure what's going on. They use that term, and they said that when they arrived, there was people outside, and they just kept saying dead or death. That's all they could say.
Oh, wow.
And that 911 call.
Say that again, K-Breeze. Say that again.
Like when they first responders got there, they said that all the person could say, I don't remember if they said a name or who, but they said when they showed up, the person, all they could say was death or dead. But like that's all they could say. I was like, wow.
That call is big evidence as well. That's why they haven't released it. There's so much probably in that. Imagine how long that call must be.
But them not releasing it is against the sunshine laws. I mean, that call should be released by now.
Well, unless it's detrimental to the trial.
Yeah. The initial call is I've checked with professionals because I thought the initial call that you can usually request it same day doesn't mean you're going to get it same day, but it's handled completely differently than the rest of the case. The initial call is in its own category. Subsequent follow-up 911 calls can go into, the record that can be held back until after the trial. But the first 911 call has a whole different set of rules.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to do research on that.
I know it, and it's frustrating.
Now,
it's frustrating.
And thank you very much, Sunny D, for that. I'm going to go back to that in just a second. I'm starring this comment. Thank you. Now, I don't know for sure. I could totally be wrong on this. I just wrote it down to kick it over to the legal experts that I consult with. And that will never come on the channel because they're afraid that it's going to put their validation with the bar at risk. But they're like, real lawyers don't go on YouTube. But anyway, I think that's something they might know. What's in my head about that is there's something that's could be up to state's jurisdiction that could override that, but I'm not sure. But I will please, if you remember, send me a text to remind me to ask Justice A through Z, because that's really important, I think. Yeah. I mean, I believe you, but is there some weird nuance there,
Right. And again, state to state, Idaho's like its own universe.
It seems that way.
From what I hear. Yeah.
Yeah. So wait, we have somebody new on panel here. I just want to welcome Keith to the stream. So welcome, Keith. How are you doing?
Hey, how's everybody? I just had two quick things that I think y'all could answer.
Please.
If you all right, so one so talking about Dylan and what she saw. Like I'm kind of picturing, let's say she has her light off, it opens inward inches, and she's like she doesn't have to be visible. You know what I mean? Like people thinking like she's like he almost like brushed by her. He could have, if her lights are off and she just kind of has a door cracked a few inches and she walked, like he could never have seen her. That is possible. And then it being a party house, if she heard, like the lady said earlier, I didn't think about she heard, "I'm here to help you," or whatever. Yeah, that could have been mumbling. You're absolutely right. It might not have even been what was said. And if it's such a party house, there's so many people going in and out. Yeah, to us, we know what happened, but to her, it was probably odd.
Right.
But she's just like, man, maybe was that Billy that was here last week? Like, he wasn't
Right.
running, he wasn't going at her, he was just walking, and it's like, it seems like, how could you let that happen? But also, I could also see a possibility, if
Sure.
and the other thing
That's a great thought. Thank you. Yeah.
And I just heard it a little bit. So about him, I never thought, him being familiar with the house. Do you remember that one? There was one, like a noise or whatever, a noise complaint, and no one that lived there was even at the house. They had to call them, and they were like at work or at the bar.
Right. That's what they said. So it's very possible they weren't there. Yeah.
So he could have been in there, and a person, now either maybe the person, there was someone that lived there and they just don't want to get in trouble. I don't know. But if I remember them having to call, like, who it was, Kaylee, I can't remember who it was, but she was either at work or at a bar. And it's like,
Maddie,
there was many people in the house when they were calling her. And
they were kind of like running loose with who came in and out of their house, for sure. Right.
Yeah. So that could be one where, like, again, if one of the people living there saw him, but if it was for some odd reason 10 people that don't even live there just in the house and he's walking around, like, no one would ever know that, So
absolutely.
And so thoughts.
Do you think, I know those are great thoughts. Thank you so much for sharing. So do you think, I personally have been thinking that is one likely possibility as to how he may have gained entrance to the house, to have learned, like, about the layout of the house. What do you think about that? Are you thinking along those lines?
I never thought about it until someone mentioned it, and you were right. Whoever said it was right. Like, he would have to have some type of knowledge. No way he just went in there blind,
Right.
So,
yeah.
So I haven't had much time to think about it, but just that just really rung a bell to me, where they were calling someone, like there's probably at least 10 people that we can see in the house, and they're calling people, and a renter, someone that lives there, isn't even home, but there's a bunch of people in the house, and it wasn't like their boyfriend and their friend. It seemed like people they didn't even know, just
right.
the way the people
I
were
agree.
acting in the house. So that's what immediately rung a bell when I started thinking, man, how could, like the person said, there's no way he went in there blind. So how could, and that was the first thing that popped in my mind, was that there was one instance where we saw no one that lived there was home, but there was a bunch of people there. And if he was just meandering around, they would have no clue.
Absolutely.
Especially that time of year, because like June, July, that's when people are just coming in and maybe taking half the second semester or getting ready for fall.
Yeah.
People probably don't know each other's names yet. It's not
totally.
and I don't know.
I don't necessarily believe that nobody who lived there was home, just that they were too chicken to talk to the police.
Yeah,
that's possible. You're absolutely right. That is possible.
Because Maddie, Maddie could have been inside answering the phone, because remember, the
you're right.
guy handed, he made the call for the law enforcement guy. So
he could have gone and told her, say, hey, sit here at the bar. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But but it also does seem like the kind of house where it's also very possible that none of the residents were there, because they were pretty like loosey goosey.
Yes.
So Now this goes to what the that Keith is saying right now, and also the question that had been burning a hole in Kay Braze's soul, and just a question that needs to be answered. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Like I was saying, I recently have been watching like some other channels, seeing what they had to say, and some channels were showing various rooms where a door would open inward or outward, claiming it was Dylan's room. But then when I would look at the details, like comparing the window, and I'll show you it in a second, outside of Dylan's room, it was like tall. There's like two tall, like kind of narrow windows. They weren't like the ones right here. But what I want to show you right here, and unfortunately I can't zoom in anymore, I did compare a number of different pictures of the interior of the house, and all of the pictures that I looked at the door hinges were on. Now I'm second guessing myself. So I'm going to ask you instead to help me think this out here, okay? Because I was thinking that the door hinges were on, well, there's going to be a door hinge on the. Hold it, I got to go look at a door. Go ahead and talk about something. I got to go find an interior door. Be right back.
Another thing that I think Greg mentioned at first, I was like, I think you're wrong, but then I was like, oh no, you're right. Is the smell? So now again, I've never been around a body. In my mind, it takes a few days to smell, but I was thinking, I have like cleaned animals before. And if you hit a certain spot, like a stomach or whatever, it'll make you barf. And the fact that like they weren't just sitting there like someone that passed away, and so maybe they wouldn't, the fact that it was so graphic, it definitely could have smelled right away, and that was something I'd never even thought about.
Well, the smell of blood is very pungent.
Oh,
and
I wasn't even
strong.
thinking blood, but yeah.
So I think, is that what you're talking about, Gregory? Even the smell of blood, right?
Well, yeah, and then the bowels would have emptied shortly after they were deceased.
That's what I'm kind of thinking is in my mind it takes a couple of days to smell, but that's if someone just in their sleep. Yeah, if you're
pretty quick.
Puncturing stuff in stomach sacs, like it's that is, like I said, I only know from animals, like a deer or something.
Take her easy.
Will
Keith,
make you barf.
Keith, take it easy. YouTube really dings me on that. Just don't get too graphic. That's all.
Oh,
it's
darn
okay.
it. No.
If it was just us all sitting in my living room talking, you'd be great. But we're under.
You're right. I apologize.
It does happen really quickly, though. It does happen really quickly. And
especially certain organs, I guess, and depending on how how graphic he did, it could like.
Greg
has said that. Yeah, it could have been right. It could have been right away.
Yeah.
Do we know where Ethan and Xana? I'm so confused about was that bedroom door open? Was she in the doorway? Because it sounds like in the probable cause affidavit that she is on the floor, and it sounds like Ethan is all the way in the room on the bed, almost like he was actually asleep, but she was awake.
I think it states they were both on the floor. But wait, we're going to look at that. I can look at that just one second. I just want to clear this picture off that's up right now. I just had to check, and I don't let me forget about that because it's important.
And I did some research for you too, Kelly. I'm ready for that.
Okay, yeah, we're ready. So I had to go check I just ran around my house and looked at all the door hinges. So all of the pictures that I looked at of the interior of this house, I hope you can see it here. Again, I didn't save this picture yet, so I couldn't make it much bigger. The hinges are on the inside of the room. So if the hinge is on the inside of the room, that means the doors open up into the room. Correct,
yes, ma'am.
Nora?
Yes, you are correct.
I looked at every single picture I could find. I think I got lost in it. I got into a spell one day. It was 2 hours, and my son was like, "Mom, are you still alive?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm just looking at door hinges, honey. Don't worry." He's like, "Oh, you're so weird." So I feel pretty confident based on the 2 hours of psychotic research I did looking at door hinges inside 1122 King Road. All of them were on the inside of the room. Based on my and Ara's anecdotal research, we're saying the doors open into the rooms. Okay, alrighty. That's
Which locks were just replaced recently?
Like a closet or something that would. Most are inside, yeah.
Oh wait, Keith, you broken up a little. What'd you just say, hon?
I was saying, I said, unless there's say a closet or something odd on a wall, I would say 99% of doors are probably gonna open inward, like you said. I agree with that. Unless there's something that would stop it, so they had to go the other way. Most are gonna open inward.
Okay, cool. All right, I didn't know that. Thank you.
You
and
say
thank
Xana,
you, Lala
Kelly?
HK. If you can get that would be great. Well, Xana's dad. Okay, I guess this is what we know. So I made a connection that maybe isn't real. So we just know that it was Xana's dad that changed the door locks. Did he just change the door locks on her room, or did he change them to the exterior of the house? They want to know the answer to the question.
Yeah, no
I don't know
clue
if
on
we
that
know
one.
for sure. I think we make assumptions, you know, and then we also, and so, like, that's why I always ask people, what's the source? What's the source? I'm not questioning you. I do it. You hear me say, I do it all the time myself. I make an assumption, and then in your brain, it solidifies into fact. And I mean, that's a great thing about talking, having discussions about this. Till we question each other, we make facts that aren't really facts. You know what I mean? So,
But
so
door
Lala
lock.
H. Okay, Lala HK says
Go ahead.
Xana's bedroom lock. So I guess I ask you, Lala HK, is that a fact that your brain made a fact, or is that stated somewhere? Okay, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Question, may I ask if I could on one thing regarding the hinges? So if you were standing in Dylan's bedroom and the door was closed, which side of the door were the hinges on?
On the inside.
No, I know they're on the inside, but what side of the door?
Inside, right side. If you're inside the bedroom looking at the closed door, they're on the inside, right side.
Okay, so she could
So,
have
like,
easily then cracked her door and seen him go by.
Correct. So yes. Now this gets a little complicated. I was kind of like dreading trying to explain this, but here, let's see. All right, you guys go ahead, Chad. I gotta find a picture, get up here for you.
No, I'm not very familiar just from y'all speaking. I guess her room has a window, you were saying, like, so I think what Greg's saying is if she had her door cracked, would her back be to the wall or to the window? I wonder. Not that that would make a big difference, but I guess you would see him walking. I don't know.
With the lock, it says it's unclear which lock was fixed the week before of the unalivings.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, if it was the lock to the bedroom door or one of the external doors. That's not made clear, at least in the articles that I'm reading.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Thank you, Ara.
And I was just thinking, I think like the door, like her back would be to the window wherever he was leaving, because she didn't see him from behind. She saw him coming at him. So if he was leaving the house, then the door must open like closest. Right. The opening must be of the window, because she saw him like coming at her leaving. If it was the other way, she would have seen the back of him, I guess.
So here's
if I'm thinking right. I could be wrong.
These are great questions. Thank you, Keith. So here's my floor plan of the second floor. So you see the upper left hand obviously is Dylan's bedroom. In the very back, and that's the rear of the house, that is her windows that I've circled in several different pictures. They're tall and narrow, two of them side by side. And then the door is across the room from the windows. So now the hinges are going to be on the inside. Everyone follow this. They're going to be on the inside of Dylan's bedroom, on the side where it says door with the arrow. Okay, so that's where the hinges are. So when she's opening that door and it's opening into her room with the hinges on the side of the door where it says door circled with the arrow, you can see how that's going to happen. So yeah, so if she's peeking out, you know, she's not going to see exactly over to Xana's room, but I see. So if dude was in Xana's room, let's just say that, okay, and he's coming around that corner, heading towards the kitchen. All right, this raises an interesting question I hadn't thought of before. How does she see the perpetrator walking towards the second floor sliding glass door from where her door is?
Okay,
unless she peeks around the corner.
I believe the door's the other way, because if not,
is it? Oh my gosh. Okay.
And hear me out. If you're leaving, you would have to like be against the wall to open the door. So I think the door probably opens so the back of it goes against the wall. Does that see what I'm saying? So the door handle would be where you have door. Because if not, opening would be kind of odd. You would be right against the wall, and I bet the door opens into. Backs up against the wall, you know. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hold it. Wait. Hold it. Okay. Do I have the door? I might have the door in the wrong spot. I just did this today. So Melanie says, I'm confused. Her door is right across from the kitchen. You know what? All right. I'm sorry. Sometimes I've been wrong in the past. I'll be wrong again, and I might be wrong now. This is one of those instances. All right, let me revise my picture.
Yeah, it happens. No big deal.
Thanks.
But I was
Thank
just
you,
thinking
pride or
most
honesty.
doors
We're no
open
longer
like
engaged.
against the wall. So
No,
that
let me move the door. Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to move the door. Watch this
So
magic.
I 100% think that sheath was planted. I don't think that was left by accident.
Really? So tell me more about that.
Well, I think that the whole thing with him being vegan, he wouldn't have leather, first of all.
Well, when you're vegan, being a lifelong vegan here, let me tell you, you're also not going to go stab people to death. But okay.
Exactly. But yeah, I think that he left it there because it had the insignia for the Marine Corps. I think he was trying to point the narrative in a direction, the investigation in a direction. And yeah, I think that it was wiped down. I don't think there were any fingerprints on it. I don't think there was any DNA on it, except for, it's my understanding that the DNA came out of the little tiny hole on the back of the snap.
Yeah.
So it was cleaned. So the fact that it was cleaned because he was trying to leave it there. If he thought he was going to take it with him, he wouldn't have bothered cleaning it.
And he could have been his ego or so big, just like, hey, I'm going to give you a clue and you still won't catch me, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Great thinking, yeah.
And I heard somebody say that perhaps the sheath doesn't even match the knife that he used. Maybe it was another red herring, a double red herring.
Oh, Jesus. What does a double red herring do? Does it negate itself? That's too logical for me. I can't even. I need to go consult. Go ahead.
I am going to have to sign off, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. I'm fading. I love you.
I love you too. And everybody, please check out Justice A. She has great chats on her channel if you haven't checked it out yet. And honey, thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you.
Well, thank you. And yeah, you guys are all great. Lots of wonderful comments going on in the chat. And I just want to say, as I'm signing off, there was a lot that Validation Boy was saying that I was
he's great.
Quite interested in.
Validation Boy, you want to come up, Validation Boy? We always love having him up here.
And as I'm leaving, if I can say one thing that I had starred, the DoorDash, had that food been eaten? Was that food sitting on the counter? Was that ordered by Xana or was it ordered by a perp?
Oh God, I have a lot to say about that. I'm not ready to do it tonight because it's already midnight here. But would you come back on next live stream if I make it early enough for you? And that would be our topic of discussion. All right, because
absolutely,
I was able to find out a lot about that talking to the cellular data expert, and I'll call you tomorrow. We'll talk about it privately just so I can run it all by you. Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah,
well, thanks so much for having me.
And
thanks for coming on.
Bring your doggy back too.
Oh, is she the cutest little thing in the world? My daughter put a hat and a jacket on her.
Aw, that's so awesome.
All right. Well,
cool.
I will.
All right, love you, girl.
I will keep watching as I'm going down.
No,
for the night.
I hear you. I hear you, Mama. Okay,
how do I
cool.
how do I leave?
It's on the bottom right.
I know it's just been too long. So thanks again. I'll talk to you guys soon.
And if I don't see you get off right now, I'll just kick you out. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm moving the door here. You know what? I was second guessing myself when I did this just like earlier today, but then I should have gone with my second guessing myself, I guess. So, all right. What I mean is never mind. Never mind. I'm not going to explain it. So
we trust you. Do you? Okay.
What do you think? What are you thinking this time, Ara?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of speculation happening on panel just now.
Yeah.
But I'm really interested in what else you were trying to say in your video with the originally like what do you think else do you think happened, or what do you think they're keeping from us?
All right, just 1 second. I got to finish this. I'm going to go right back to that. I just got to finish this little diagram here and then I'll be right back with that.
has anyone else heard? And it could be fake. Someone
No,
I
we
heard
don't do
talking
that. Like a psych op.
oh
No, we don't do that on this
no no
channel.
no 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 no
Okay, go
no
ahead.
no.
Okay, go ahead.
So someone was on saying that Brian had
Oh.
bought the knife from him. He had sold it for $350 on
Oh.
Facebook Marketplace. Has he?
Oh,
I was curious
yeah.
if that was real, if that was just another Yahoo. That was one thing I had heard, and I just didn't know if
Do
that
you
was
guys
true
know
or
anything
not.
about that? I know there's so much. That's why I'm always so careful about asking
Yeah.
people like, what's the source and
Yes.
stuff? Because there's so much, people want their like 15 minutes or whatever their motivation is. It's so bizarre to me that people do that, right?
Yep.
Do you guys know
And
anything
the other-
about that on panel?
I have not heard.
No.
There's just so much
It-
that is also being released through news channels. Sometimes
Yes,
it can
I
be
know.
difficult to keep up, or what is the point of this newscast, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But what I feel like a lot of us need or want are like 3D models to kind of have an understanding of what the questions are, because I think a lot of people are
Right.
wondering like, okay, what does it matter which way he walked or where the door is? I think maybe looking at some 3D rendering of this can bring us
Right.
all together and maybe ask questions that we hadn't even thought to ask.
No, I
before.
agree. I definitely agree on that.
I think so a comment was saying that I'm assuming he was speaking about the night that it was debunked. So not real.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
There's so much information. I also find myself like remembering things, and I have no clue where I heard it, and then I can
Oh,
never
I
find
know.
it again. So it's
Me
like, did I make it up on
too.
my own, or I don't
I
know.
know.
I know.
It
Then
is
you
odd.
Validation is asking for the link for stream.
Oh, yep, awesome. Yep. And I'm almost done fixing this thing. And then, I'd love for you to come up. We love Validation Boy. All right, friend, come on up. And then my dream is that someday
Gotcha.
Pride or Honesty will come up and tell us all of his brilliant thoughts. Today could be the day, Pride or Honesty. There's a link, Validation Boy. Come on up, my friend. All right. Let's wait for him to come up, then go finish my corrected drawing. Thank you guys for letting me know that. I really appreciate that. I don't want you guys, I always tell people, like, if you think I am saying something that is inaccurate, it doesn't happen super often because I try to check things, but like I said, I can be wrong just like anybody else. And I always appreciate when you guys correct me. I don't want you to ever like feel like, oh, I don't want to do that because she's like gonna, I don't know, whatever. I just appreciate it. That's all.
And you could be right. I'm just picturing, usually if you go grab a door handle, it's not against the wall. In my mind, it's usually the opposite. Anyway, but you could be right.
I wasn't even talking about that. But when you were saying that, I was thinking this. I do remember this. Like when I went to eat, I was thinking back to some of my college and my grad school apartments. Sometimes they're not quite as quality made as like a home you might live in when, I don't know.
You are right. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
That house is almost built like a spiral staircase.
Yeah,
like leading up to the top. So I guess if you want to look at it that way, maybe that may help.
That's
also, one thing, and I don't know, Kelly, if you've addressed this in any other video, so I apologize. But if I always wonder why the phone did not ping during the unalivings, but he allowed it to ping before, on other days and then on days after. But why not?
Well, because he turned it off during the unaliving.
But he would know about phone pings because he studies this.
I know, but that's why he's like one of those like, really cerebral idiots.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm looking into that.
No,
yeah,
you're right.
That was just a really big, stupid fucking mistake. That's what that was.
I think his perfect plan went to hacking a handbasket once he got inside, and and I think he encountered Xana first, and then Ethan. Because it says also found in the room, so I'm presuming that Xana was on the floor.
Yes.
And Ethan was probably against the wall. But, I've thought a lot about the different sounds that were made, and I believe that he went upstairs, and after he finished with Maddie and then Kaylee, because she was obviously against the wall too, sleeping. I believe when he came down, he heard Xana say, I think he heard Xana whimpering. I think he went in there and literally he was the one that said, "I'm here to help you," and he finished her off. That's what I think.
I know. I feel like when I think that or hear people say that, it makes me want to throw up, which is which makes me think that's what happened. I have like such a strong reaction. Oh my gosh. All right, here, everybody, welcome Validation Boy up to the panel. How's it going, Validation Boy?
Wow, I just worked like 11 hours, 10 hours today, and it's just such a warm, cozy vibe in this room. I love it.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm honored that you're giving us your love and energy after you work so hard. Thank you so much for coming up.
No problem.
Yeah, what are your
I just
thoughts
hope
on
that
all
Ethan
this?
got some shots in on him at some point. That's all I do
hope
hope.
he did too. I know. I know. That would in the smallest way be a little bit redeeming. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Jeez. Aw.
So, is there still a debate as to whether this BK guy is like, scrawny, or if he's actually kind of big and imposing? Because when you see him in the jailhouse photos, he looks a little bit imposing. He's like just as tall as all those other cops when they're walking him into the room and everything.
Yeah. Well, I think that Dylan's description of him in this regard, based on what we can see, to me seems very accurate, that he wasn't muscular. And, let's consider her perspective. She's a, 20 or 21-year-old college girl. I remember some of my guy friends when I was in college. We're not just talking muscular like my friends are when I'm 44. We're talking like, like gym rat beefcakes, right?
You're absolutely right.
So,
Yeah.
so she's saying he's not muscular. So I'm thinking like gym rat beefcake, but athletic build. And I think, how I see him in the photos we see him in now, currently, that seems accurate,
I agree. I
and
think she did a great
no way
job.
says
You're right.
he's tall. Yeah. Oh, Angie just says really quick, hey, Kelly, sorry if you already mentioned this. Tons of new info. If you watch 2020 and Dateline, Chronicles of Olivia family interview, I watched none of them, which means you know what I'm going to be doing. I'll pick one. I'll roll a wheel or something after the live stream, and I'll catch the other ones tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Angie.
I think he's like 6'180" is what I'm guessing. Yeah, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not guessing, but I think I've seen that somewhere. I could be off, but and that makes
Yeah.
sense by seeing him stand by other people and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. And Ethan's mom said he was 6'2", 180 or 185 is what I remember.
Ethan looked tall. Unless the girls are really short, he seemed tall in all the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, definitely. Are you talking about Ethan or a dude?
Ethan.
Yeah. And then with the, like the frat videos, and I still have to put those other two up for members only. Somebody text me, remind me to do that. But like the couple frat videos I put up where you can see Ethan is compared to all of his fraternity brothers. I can play one if you want to see it, but he is taller than everyone, like everyone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's never the shortest dude you're right.
Yeah, I know he's always the tallest dude. Yeah. Lala
Yeah.
HK says Ethan played basketball. What I learned from my contact at U of I and also all of those Sigma Chi videos we have is they were very much a basketball playing fraternity. Like that was just like kind of their pastime. I know it was one thing that seemed to kind of connect them. But yeah. And Tom N, thank you so much for the super chat. Tom N says, I think that he only came in for Kaylee and it turned into this. I still have that open as a possibility. And no way, yes, I will totally watch Dateline first. I'm getting that vibe. Thank you. So how many of you up here on panel think that he came in for Kaylee and it turned into all of this, like Tom is saying?
No, I don't.
No, Gregory, no.
I'm thinking Xana. I keep Xana and Maddie, and I have a reason. And on top of my head, I don't know why, but I always like Xana and Maddie. I think are they the two that worked at the restaurant, the Greek place?
They were, yes. And also there are some theories where it seemed like Xana and Maddie were better friends, closer friends than Xana as compared to the relationship between Xana and Kaylee. And Maddie spent some time with Xana at Ethan's fraternity at functions and things like that, whereas Kaylee was like really never seen there. So they had some certain connections that like the other victims didn't have together. We know the connections between Matta and Kaylee, but regarding Xana and Maddie or Xana and Kaylee, Xana and Maddie were the closer. Yeah.
And then
Yeah, and I can
also
see either one of them telling BK to go fly a kite if he encountered them in the restaurant and he said something.
Oh, yeah.
Inappropriate.
Yeah.
What
Totally.
was Kaylee? And I should know this, but I don't. Was Kaylee?
Oh, sorry, you cut out a little bit.
Like, were they together? No.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little.
In Maddie's bed?
Yes.
Yeah, darn it.
Mm-hmm.
Was Kaylee in Maddie's bed?
Yes. Yes, Kaylee was in Maddie's bed.
Ethan was in his room, so So those are the 2 rooms he went to, Maddie, and then the other 2 happen to be in the rooms. I don't know, but that's kind of what I was thinking. But
We don't-
Well,
I
here,
don't know.
we don't even know if
go ahead. Go ahead,
we
honey.
don't even know the exact positions of the stabbing incidents.
No, we don't. Now let's.
You're right,
I think
you're right.
as we're talking, even among panel, we're getting it just like a couple things like a little bit confused. Oh, great! Now in this video, I have a wrong freaking diagram. I'm going to have to. Luckily, I didn't publish it. But anyway, let's just listen to the part of the PCA that talks about where everyone's found or whatever. It's hard to listen to. I know.
Okay.
Trigger warning, but let's just be clear on this.
North side of the building. Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle's, room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's.
Okay, so what was said, they described the position of Xana's room. Then they said their bathroom in relation to the position of Xana's room. Then it was said, as I approached the room, I could see Xana on the floor. Now, I've listened to this several times because I was trying to parse it, and I had my relative who was a 25-year senior detective of the New York State Police listen to it too, and he was like, he just thought it was a crappy way to describe it because they talk about Xana's room, then they talk about where the bathroom is, then they talk about approaching the door, which leads you to believe maybe they're approaching the bathroom door, or are they approaching the bedroom door? It's really not clear. I'm just going to go back a couple seconds. I just want you to hear that lack of clarity and tell me what it is you guys think.
Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's lying on the floor.
So I guess when he says the room, does he mean the bedroom? Again, I think it could have been better written, that part.
Yeah.
What do you think,
sure.
Validation Boy? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We don't really know. And
we don't know.
I heard stories that Ethan was, near the sliding glass door when
that's what I always believed. Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't really know.
But well, let's listen to what they say here about, I think they talk about Ethan next.
Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin.
So again, also in the room, every other time the bedroom is referred to as a bedroom, the rooms are clearly identified. It's in these 2 instances, and I've gone through this a few times and listened to it. There might be more that I missed, but it is my belief that it's in these 2 instances only where the author of the PCA just refers to it as the room, which is driving me crazy. It's lacking specificity, and I don't know if that's intentional or if it's just green.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just green. I'm thinking in my head after typing this for so long and reading it over and over.
Yeah, because he has only been, in law enforcement for 4 years. So, I have heard some, analysts, a very experienced analyst on other channels say that they believe it was very intentional to choose this person to author and my relative also agreed this is very possible, but he's like, we don't really know. Maybe that's the best they had because the Moscow PD was the lead. This was the lead guy. Maybe that's why, I don't know. But these people anyway said it was very intentional to have this person who only has 4 years of experience to author the PCA when you're towards the goal of not revealing too much detail. So I don't know.
That's interesting.
Gotcha.
I feel like also having someone with little experience could hurt the affidavit. It could work against them also with someone with very little experience authoring something like this.
Well, it would have gone through some checks before it got released officially. So
yeah, definitely.
So then someone did check it. Okay. Like who? Like a captain?
I don't know. It doesn't tell us who the editor is.
I mean, it's a big case.
Yeah, I know.
Does Moscow PD have a public relations officer specifically?
It doesn't seem like it.
Oh, okay.
Great question.
Because we know in the Kylie Rodney case, it was Miss Thang there who I couldn't stand. What's her name? Angie. What was her name? Ara.
I'm sorry, I was reading something.
Miss Thang, the public relations person for the police department for Kylie Rodney.
Oh, Angela Musalam.
Yeah,
Truckee,
Miss Thang.
Truckee.
Yeah. So Truckee, go Truckee.
Hey, yeah, I think they do have a PR person. Isn't that younger guy that's got the mustache? Isn't that?
Oh, that's right. That's right. But we barely ever heard from him, which makes you think he's not a PR. Gregory is so on the ball all the time. Why did we? I don't know. Thank you, Gregory. Gregory coming in with a home run every time.
Did the affidavit have a notarized signature on it?
I'm quite sure, but
I want to see who that is. Hold on.
I'm gonna go check that. Thank you, darling. Thank you for the super chat, Tom N. Appreciate it. And Tom N says, the reason I say this is because the evidence proves that he entered Kaylee's room first, that he thought she would be in, and the dog was there.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Huh. Okay.
So Kelly.
Wait. Okay, hold it. I want to stay on this for a minute though, because hold it. I got to think this through. Sorry, hold your thought, please. I'm not trying to brush you off, but I don't want to dismiss this. So the reason I say this is because the evidence proves that he entered Kaylee's room first, that he thought she would be in, and the dog was there. So, this is how I was thinking of things, Tom N. And I think there was a reason that right now, I don't know if it's because I'm tired or there's been so much. So what is it, Tom N., in the evidence that proves that he entered Kaylee's room first and everything else you said? Yeah. Thank you for saying that. And I want to know exactly why that is, because Tom N knows things.
How would they know that?
Tom N knows things. So let's see what he has to say. Yeah. But what do you guys think about this?
That would change in my mind, going to Maddie and Zena and then Kaylee being in there. Then he went looking for Kaylee maybe, but yeah, that would.
I forgot who it was in the chat. They say, how do we know that he actually went there first?
Well, that's what I just asked Tom N.
Yes, sorry, I was reading. I'm sorry.
But okay, no, that's okay. But listen, okay, so Eli Faust, always with the statements that YouTube hates, but I don't care anymore because this live stream, YouTube already hates us. It's just done. It's all right, and that's fine. That happens a lot, and I usually just let it go because we have to have a discussion. Eli says blood mix, but hold it, Gregory. Is this what we know about the blood mix? Because I know at one point you and I agreed on this. Maybe something has come into play that I don't know about, but I believe, well, this is what I believe. I won't drag you down the mud with me, Gregory, but I want to hear from you first. That Ethan was the first that he encountered because Ethan didn't have a mixture of DNA samples around him, correct? And Ethan's remains were the first released from the house, likely for that reason, because there was a less complex and a process to analyze the evidence because there weren't other specimens mixed in, right? Whereas the second person would have the specimens from the first mix in, the third would have the specimens from the first and so on and so forth. What do you say, Gregory?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is actually. Did I have that brilliant thought? No.
I don't know. I think that you brought that up one time, but that was I agree. We both had that.
I never thought about that. That is a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that because it makes sense that Ethan would try to defend Xana.
Right.
Yeah. Ethan would have to be first.
Yeah, even though he ended up where he did. Yeah, I mean, that's what I always wondered, because otherwise, why would they have released his, his remains so much? I mean, they released his remains like, a couple of weeks, if not more, before the rest of them.
Yes, that's right. That's totally right. And Eli Faust says correct as well. Why do you know that to be correct? And thank you very much, Gregory. Now, wait, Tom N., this is very interesting. And Tom N., I totally trust you, but since I have my legal consultants who didn't bring this up to me, I'm going to yell at them tomorrow and ask him this question. But Tom N., guys, listen to this. This is brilliant. So Tom N. says, My uncle is a judge, and he said they read the charges in the order that they occurred. I feel like this is correct. Yep. Listen to the judge's order of charges. Burglary is listed first. Well, usually they read the lessers first. But if in regards to the victims, if that is true, and that is definitely something that my dad would know because he has tried murder cases for sure. That's really interesting. Thank you, Tom. And again, I always say I believe you, Tom, but I always just like have to check and double check on these things. So I'm going to ask my dad and my other friend who is a well-known defense attorney and see if this is true. And if it is true, I'm going to yell at both of them on behalf of all of us as to why they haven't mentioned this yet.
I'm already reading on it, dude.
but we might not even need to do that because Ara is ahead of the game.
I'm already reading.
Thank you, Tom. Okay. Is that the case?
I'll come back.
You'll report back. Okay, cool. Yes. And everybody, please, if you haven't yet, go check out Ara's channel. It's also listed on my featured channels on my channel. She is awesome. If someone could put up the link, she has a channel of her own. Great conversations. She focuses a lot on everything, but the Kylie Rodney case, she's done some brilliant work on. So there's that.
Hey, can I bring something up?
Please.
What was the order of the names on Dylan and Bethany's tattoos?
Oh, well, that's interesting. Let me bring the picture up.
Yeah.
Good one. That's a good one. You guys, man, you be smart people. I can't even, right?
You got to think big picture. You got to think big picture.
What do you think of big picture, validation boy, while I look this up?
Okay, so we're in pretty deep right now with the minutia and the details of everything, all these little things that we're looking up.
Yes.
Okay, so like I was saying, I always like to step back and take the big picture perspective, and it's like so I got a question. So the Moscow PD.
Oh, wait till you see this order. Okay, go ahead.
The Moscow PD was strategically withholding a lot of information in order to fake out the suspect that they wanted to nab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it possible that the affidavit is just a continuation of the same philosophy? Because the affidavit is still pretty unclear, and like people have said, you could drive Mack truck through some of the holes in there. Unfortunately.
So we talked about this last time. So this is something that I spoke with my dad and my friend, who's a very successful defense attorney, about, because we were questioning the veracity, basically, of some of the information in the affidavit based on what we had already knew after it was just released. We were all mind blown and couldn't let go of what we thought we knew, right?
Let me clarify. Let me clarify what I was getting at with that. Okay. So I'm saying that you could drive some trucks through some of the holes, as someone was saying. Okay. And the reason that the affidavit would be a continuation of that philosophy is because what I'm suggesting is that they must be still on the hunt for someone else. In other words, there's probably an accomplice. That's what I was getting
correct. Now, so the problem with that is this, because I've also asked about something like that. If they were still on the hunt for something else, the legal experts that I've talked to said there's almost no way that the PCA would have been unsealed at this point. In fact, specifically, so whether or not a probable cause affidavit, there's always three options: that it is unsealed, that it is released with redactions, or that it is remain sealed for a certain duration of time, as happened in the Delphi case. We don't know why they ended up releasing it when they did. Now, each state has some liberty in, how that plays out. There's some basic like jurisdiction calls by the state. So according to the Idaho laws, which I have on file somewhere, if somebody wants to look up and check it, but I'm sure of this, because Idaho is an open record state, which is the reason that certain YouTube channels and media sources were so easily able to obtain body cam footage with rather vague descriptions of the body cam footage. They didn't really have to narrow in the parameters on a certain date in a certain location like you would in New York. They just had to say, for this property over all periods of time or whatever, and then they got it. You couldn't do that in New York because the jurisdiction laws or regulations or ordinances are different. Because Idaho is an open record state, which is why it was so easy to get that stuff. It's going to be more likely that a judge is going to have Idaho law pushing them to unseal the affidavit as soon as that first hearing in Idaho happens. The only way that that's not going to happen is if the information in the affidavit is relevant to the, gaining enough evidence for the eventual apprehension of another perpetrator. So the fact that it was unsealed after the first hearing, to the legal experts I spoke with, told them that this is the guy and the only guy.
Is BK's PCA a relatively strong one or a relatively weak one?
It is, okay. So, understanding that, again, the probable cause affidavit is for the singular purpose of obtaining a warrant for the apprehension and arrest of a perpetrator to get them off the street so they won't harm anyone else and to get the justice process started. It served its purpose. And this is a conversation that I actually have with my friend who's a defense attorney. There really is no gooder or worser as long as it serves its purpose. You want to serve the purpose without giving the eventual defense more ammunition than you need to. You want to say
that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at earlier when I was saying, why are they still withholding so much information? Is it for a specific reason?
Look,
could it even be something as awful as the possibility that there is an actual accomplice as well?
Look,
I think it's for the purpose of they don't want to give the defense more than they have to until the pretrial discovery is due.
And as Kelly stated, especially in Idaho, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is very important to it's on their website. You go to their main website.
Yeah.
And it's important for them. It says, through the public records law, the legislature continually seeks to balance the competing interests of public access and individuals' privacy.
And not all states do that. Not all states have concern about that balance. Go ahead.
Right. But so seeks to balance the competing interests of public access and an individual's rights to privacy by exempting certain records or portions thereof from the disclosure requirement. That's very important. Not every state is like that.
Exactly.
As Kelly mentioned.
Yeah. I really want to get into the possibilities.
Thank you, Ara.
Yes, thank you. I want to get into the possibilities of accomplices. The potentials to speculate. I just want to speculate.
And I mean, I am willing to be speculative to that end, but as I said, my firm belief based on, the feedback I've gotten from the experts I've spoken with who've consulted on this case, I make it sound like I'm a big deal. You know what I mean, though. And the research I've done, I sort of feel like it's a moot point. That's all, though. I guess that's what I was saying. And that's nothing towards you. That's just based on the letter of the law and the interpretation from some pretty smart legal people that I consulted with.
Earlier, Ara and I were in chat discussing the possibility of
throwing Ara under the bus. Aria, go ahead, do it.
Well, no, it's true. I do believe,
I'm just kidding.
I do believe that there's a possibility, but from everything that we have, I don't want to be irresponsible and say what I think because
well, go ahead. Just as long as you preface it by saying that it's speculative, I feel it's fine, but that's up to you.
Well, I just don't feel comfortable doing that because I do feel like there's an outside help, but I mean, that's just so premature.
Okay.
Not directly.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Now, I've been theorizing the possibility that maybe some other people were doing the deed and he was lingering in the area being a coach. Because of all his knowledge and all his obsession with all this stuff. Maybe he was trying to mastermind something.
I think he'd went all the light, though.
Well, maybe some people had an agenda with these girls, and then they recruited him to be their coach and advisor. So he's just as guilty, of course, obviously.
Well, I also don't see it as productive to the conversation as well, if that makes sense.
Well, it relates to the conversation. I mean, we have to wait 6 months now. We're not going to get anything for the next 6 months, basically. So
yeah, no,
I think
it's right. So it's like it's like speculation Lollapalooza.
Kind of.
Speculation Palooza. I just am trademarking that right now.
Can anyone blame us for wanting to speculate now, though? I mean, it's fair that we know.
Yeah, but I mean, I just think, and I understand. I agree with you on that. But I think for the you know, and what we talk about like privately, but I think for the purposes of just like what I'm putting out there on the channel, I just want to stay as close to the known facts as possible. Now, I understand what you're saying, that it's hard because the facts put forth in the PCA, which is kind of the gold standard, what we had to go to now. Like you said, you could drive a Mack truck through, and the people that I spoke to who are experts, again, agree with you, but they also point out, in the spirit of balance, like Ara just said, that we must remember that the singular purpose of the PCA is to put out just enough, which is kind of a brilliant thing to do, to strike that balance where you're putting out just enough and not an ounce more to obtain that warrant, you know?
Yeah.
If the final purpose of the PCA is to get that warrant and it's not used later on, then yeah, like who cares if you could drive anything through it? As long as you got the arrest, it did its job, and as long as it can't bite you in the butt later. Yeah, I agree. Like if that's its final purpose, and I don't know, you know, like is there more? Does it? Yeah, then I agree. Yeah, like make it vague as can be, as long as you get the arrest. You know. Yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Kelly, can a defense use a PCA retroactively in their defense?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's another thing. I think we were talking about this during the last live stream.
Yep.
When I initially asked, I was talking about this at first with my dad, who knows his shit. He's like brilliant. When he took the bar exam, he scored the highest of anyone who took the bar exam in that sitting in America. He's like stupid. And he said, yeah, you better believe that every word in that probable cause affidavit is 100% factual. If it's not, the defense can be held accountable in the eyes of the Bar Association, but even worse, it could nullify the mere warrant for and arrest of the perpetrator, which could allow him to go free, no questions asked. So there,
Has that
you know,
happened? That's
oh
happened.
yes,
Sure.
it's happened. Heck yeah, it's happened. Yep. And I'll get some references from him. I'm sure that he knows them, but yeah, it's definitely happened. We were talking about a couple instances, and I can't remember the cases. They weren't any big ones, but we were just kind of talking about it over dinner. So anything that is put forth in the probable cause affidavit by the for the state's case, in this case, is basically evidence, is evidentiary. It's submitted by virtue of it being a legal affidavit, which means you're swearing by the information, therefore making it admitted evidence into the case, whether it goes to trial or not. Go ahead.
My argument is that the state has been so vague and so secretive with this whole thing since day one, that it's almost like somebody, the powers that be, some force, something somewhere wants us to speculate. That's what I think.
Well, I think we want to speculate. Like, we want to speculate because we want answers, and we want them now. We are not satiated by the information put forth in the probable cause affidavit, because we want it to be a pretrial discovery document of 3,000 pages in details that we can live stream about 24 hours a day, all day long, every day. You know what I mean?
Kelly?
Maybe though. Go ahead. Yes.
I've been stuck on the number one question I've been hearing everywhere is, why'd he do it type of thing. And I keep going back to BTK because she studied it and he was the student. So I didn't really know that case that much. So the last week I've been studying it over and over. And the one thing that keeps getting stuck in my head is when he turned around and read to the families everything he had in common with that's the only thing he brought up, what he had in common with each and every one of them. Like one was a veterinarian, like pet. He said, I like pets. One skied. He's right. It's almost like if Brian studied that for so long, and if his teacher did, that's her glory is that book and all that. I wonder if
you mean these were the things he had in common with BTK or with the family members?
BTK turned around and spoke to all the family members.
Okay, there you go.
The only thing he said, he didn't say nothing else except, I want to tell you what I had in common with each and every one of them. And he read down the whole list of everyone he unalived and gave a coincidence or something he had in common with each victim.
Oh yeah, because he was just twisting the knife in their side at that point, and he got pleasure in that. He is a sadistic motherfucker. That's his whole thing. That was an extension of his sadistic nature.
Miss Kelly, language.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm
Your
thinking,
YouTube
what did
channel.
Brian have in common with each of the victims? Vegan store. Ethan was athletic. Brian did kickboxing. Like there is.
I did a live on comparing the two, and there's something very interesting that BTK speaks about. And if you go watch his interview, there's an interview, and it's almost like awfully similar to what I feel like BK was trying to get at.
Oh.
But go watch that interview where he is asked this type of questions, and your eyes will like. I privated my live, but maybe I'll unprivate it so you guys can see it. Because
yeah, definitely do. We're on private and put a link here so people go watch it. I think it sounds really interesting.
It was very interesting. Yeah, I'll put the link here for you all. But
hey,
you
Kelly,
bring up an interesting point.
Yes.
What was the order in the PCA?
Okay. Oh, well, here for the order of the victims on the tattoos, I think that was the first question. Right. It says MKXE. So we've got Madison, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan. I'll write that in chat just for record there. It's hard to see here. I had to go sharpen it in my video editor, but I can't spit that out right now quickly because it'll take up too much. So it's here, I'm writing it right. So we got Maddie. This is the order of the tattoos. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. So I think, I can't remember who asked that question. Was you Validation Boy or was you? I can't remember. We were thinking, could that have given an indication as to the order of their demise? I don't know.
Well, I wondered what it said in the PCA when it listed the victims.
All right, let's take a look at it. Good thinking, Gregory.
Where's your toy?
Go ahead and you guys go ahead and chat. It's just gonna take me a second to pull this up. Oh wait, you know what? I can. Well, yeah, still do that. I'm just gonna bring it up on a website that has the whole thing in one. Yeah. All right.
You know, it'd be interesting, which I just did, and I put a link back here, StreamYard. But if you go you go to Idaho Legislator, Idaho Statutes, Title 18, Chapter 14, burglary. If you actually look the definition of what that means,
read it.
It says, okay, so burglary defined for Idaho.
This felon burglar. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Every person who enters any house, room, apartment, tenement, store, shop, and it goes into describing anywhere you could get into with intent to commit any theft or any felony is guilty of burglary. So even if burglary doesn't mean.
Now wait, does it give a further breakdown and differentiation of burglary and felony burglary?
That's it. So I put the link there for you, Miss Kelly, if you want to.
Thank you.
For later, but that's all it says. It says intent to commit any theft or any felony is guilty of burglary. So even if he didn't go in to steal anything, but he went in.
But is all burglary felony burglary?
Right. So that's why I wanted to get your opinion on that. So I gave you
the link there
in the back
chat. I think okay, thank you. I did look into that. I think there is a distinction legally between burglary and then a higher felony burglary, and I believe his charge is a higher felony burglary, but I'm not ready to speak about it because I wouldn't sound complete because I'm not complete on it. But I will.
Is it like intent to damage property or something like that makes it a felony?
Well, everybody that's on panel, the link is there for you in private chat if you want to go take a look at it, and then if you go back, it doesn't really give a specification of what Miss Kelly was saying. Because there's also commercial burglary defined.
Theft as in burglary. I've known because I know people that have gotten in trouble is the amount.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's the amount of what you steal. Like if it's a theft, it's like under $1,000 is like a misdemeanor burglary, and anything over is felony.
Yeah, but the burglary is the breaking entry of the breaking into of a property, basically.
Do they have B&E at Idaho then? Like breaking and entering charges?
Well, it is essentially breaking and entering, but then there I think there is with the intent to, basically steal which is not a felony,
or just commit a felony.
Unless yes, right, exactly. Yep. Let's see. Okay, hold it. I'm getting the PCA up now here too. Let's see. Gosh, you guys, thank you, Ara. You are a very good researcher.
Because they do also have Idaho Legislature also has Chapter 65 robbery. Well, that's different.
Go ahead and we'll read it. Read it.
Well, see, there are like 3 different codes, and they're very long. But it's
Okay,
like it tells
okay,
you
okay.
robbery defined, what constitutes robbery. So breaking and entering, burglary is not defined the same as robbery. And I think that's what some people were getting
Okay, I
confused with the
see.
charges as well. I don't know.
Okay.
Robbery is when you're using a weapon to get possessions off someone.
There
Burglary is
you
you're
go.
breaking into someone's house when they're not there
That's correct.
necessarily.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, what we need to understand with here, I'm just going to bring you into my scribed account, guys. So what you need to understand with Brian Koberger, and then we're getting to reading the order in the in the legal documentation. All right. All right. So hold it. Let me share this with you guys. So if you, I think, what is my scribed account? And now and thank you, Tom Ann says that Brent Lee incident raises my suspicion. I honestly, my brain is fudge right now. Like, which one is the Brent Lee incident? Does somebody up here know? Is that the guy? I can't even remember. I don't even know.
He was
Those
saying it was a
are-
hostage. It was a hostage situation that the cop shot the guy. It had the same
that's right.
initials, BK, and he lived 2 minutes from Koberger. That's what the person said. I don't know if it's true or not, but that'd be wild.
And did it happen? Is that the guy that? Is that what his dad was? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
what his
don't
dad
know.
was
I
talking
don't
about
know.
in the traffic stop. Okay. All right, got it. Okay. Yikes. I mean, yeah, that is. I mean, it's contemporary. There's a lot of. It's strange. It definitely is strange. I don't know.
He
what
was
to think
suffering
about it
from
personally.
PTSD.
Oh man.
He was an
That
Army
sucks.
vet.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
All right. So here, what I'm sharing with you right now. So if I go into my Scribed account and Scribed, I think it's like $7.99 a month or something like that. And it gives you access. Somebody's going to upload all the court documents for every, case that hits the news for sure. So if you're somebody who wants to get access to that quickly and make sure it's the real deal, I definitely recommend Scribed. Hey, Scribed, want to offer me a sponsorship? I actually have 3 sponsorships ready to go, and I just haven't had time to do the paperwork. I got to do that. Okay. So we have Koberger. I'm going to just read across here. We've got the affidavit. We've got Brian Koberger, probable cause affidavit. Don't get them confused. They're 2 different documents. Brian Koberger, Second Amendment, some motion probably. Brian Koberger, probable cause is probably some motion in response to the probable cause affidavit. And then Brian Koberger, the criminal charges. Okay, so let's hit that one. And then there's more. There are already a ton of court submissions on this case. So if you have questions and are like dying to geek out on this case, I would definitely suggest checking out Scribe. All right. Let me open this. Okay. So, all right.
Once BK ended up in Idaho after the plane flight, did he then get officially rearrested by the state of Idaho? Or was he just already in custody? Did they officially go through all
sometimes that
this?
happens. I'm honestly not sure. That's a very good question. I'm not sure if it really has implications. Maybe it does. But I don't know the answer. Does anyone? Okay. All right. Let me read that. Good. It's a good question though. And it might have implications. I'd have to think it through more. All right. So it says the undersigned based upon the affidavit of Brent Payne complains and says that Brian C. Koberger in the county of Latah, state of Idaho on or about November 13th, 2022 did then and there commit crimes against the people of the state of Idaho. And this is also the document that's going to name the people of the state of Idaho as the plaintiff, all right, or bringing the charges. So please down. Why do I have that pinned? All right. Anyway, so it says the first charge is burglary. And, usually, as far as I know, always they list the lesser charges first. And then I'm not sure what it is to listing the rest of the charges. But Tom N. and Gregory brought up a great point. Burglary, Idaho Code 18-1401, 1403, a felony in court 1. And then it says murder in the first degree. Oh, and doesn't list the victims here. I'm sorry. I should have kept reading into that, but it does eventually. So I'm going to have to talk amongst yourselves. Let me go get my shit straight and I'll be back. Oops, language. Sorry, Aura. All right.
May I say just quickly, I really appreciate the conversation that we're having because even if, it's not like mostly speculation, but we're like really trying to learn about law and code and whether or not we're going to get to an answer if we're just kind of educating ourselves and just really thinking, deducing factually, and I really appreciate that.
Instead of guessing.
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree. Because on this channel, we seek to find answers.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, defendant murder. Okay, all right. Oh, did I hold it? Okay, all right. Here we go. Okay, so count. Oh wait, let me start sharing again. I thought I was gonna have to. I thought my subscription ran out, and I was gonna have to put in credit card information, so I stopped sharing it. But I'm good. All right. I always have a scribe.
I'm gonna put the Idaho legislature there for your chat, Miss Kelly, so anybody can go in and check it out.
Please do. So count 1, burglary. I don't really care to go into that right now. I just want to answer the question of the order of the murder charges. All right, count 2, murder in the first degree. Brian C. Koberger, Latah County. All right, first is Madison Mogan. Oh. Number 2 is Kelly Gonzalez. Number 3 is Xana Kernodle. And number 4 is Ethan. And that is the same order as the initials on the tattoo. Who first brought this up? Was it Gregory or Validation Boy?
Gregory.
Gregory,
Nice,
ding, ding,
Gregory.
ding, ding. You
Nice.
and the big
Agree,
prize
Greg.
tonight. That's right, Gregory. So,
Wow.
wow, that's huge.
Dude, yeah.
Gregory, you are freaking brilliant. I love this man. Guess who's a What's the Obsession moderator? Gregory. Gregory. Okay.
I'm
anyway,
sending him
just-
coffee.
All right. So,
So
we
what
have,
are what are the
okay,
implications
so wait,
of
hold,
that?
wait. So, all right. So, just to recap, the order of the murder charges goes like this: Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. So, also similarly, well, no, exactly like the count of the murder charges, is the order of the initials of the victim on Bethany and Dylan's tattoos. So why is this important? We are surmising after Tom N gave us the information that his uncle is a judge and said that the order in which they read the charges, which I have to logically assume it's a little bit of a jump, but it's a small jump, it's a padiddle jump, is the order in which the charges are listed in the charging document is the order in which the victims were unalivened, which gives us a huge clue or much more information. It gives us a lot of. Go ahead.
That doesn't make sense. Ethan was last then. If we were going by, we thought his body was released first because he didn't have any other,
that's right.
People.
That's right.
Any other now that's if that's why we don't know, but that was our speculation was.
Okay, so it was
about
Ethan, being unalivened first. That was something that I know. I remember talking about with Gregory. I had come to that conclusion based on a certain set of facts, and so had Gregory, but they were none of them were like verified facts. It just seemed to make sense. Is that correct, Gregory?
His body was released
but
first,
to
Greg
me
said,
the
or something.
question I have is they got the tattoos shortly after the crimes. The PCA hadn't even been released.
Yeah, they got it like the next morning, right?
That's true. That's right. So, all right. So then it would be that the order of the murder charges just happened to be listed in the order of these two girls' tattoos. Did they know something that we don't know? I mean, I don't know.
Now, is a PCA an official charging document with that's officially charging someone with charges?
No, it's not. No, it's not. The official charging document. Go ahead.
So it's not so strictly held to necessarily some order. So maybe that order is insignificant right now because that's not the official charging document.
Okay. So what we're looking at right now, though, is the official charging document. And the official charging document is, let's see, wait, I just want to get it right. Let me go back. It's notarized. It's December 29th. It is, okay, hold on. I got to click back here. So the document we were just looking at, which is the official charging document, is the, which one was it? Hold it. I got to go back. It's not the arrest. Oh, the let me see. It's the criminal complaint. It's the criminal complaint with criminal charges. Yep. The criminal complaint that has the criminal charges we're in, which is in Idaho, the charging document.
Wow. So
Mhm.
I'm going down a big rabbit hole here, but it'd be like if that was the order that they were unalived, maybe Dylan knew more than we thought. I'm just saying maybe she
Yeah.
heard things that indicated to her the order that they were unalived.
That's right. That's right.
Plus, the sheath was
the-
upstairs.
Wait, hold it, guys. There's more. Hold it. There's
That's-
more. Wait a minute. Hold it. Oh,
that's
go
the
ahead.
nice way-
There's more
that's-
though.
That's the nice way of saying it. It also brings her into heavy suspicion, her and BF. It makes them like massive suspects in this crime, honestly.
Right.
If we're going to be honest with ourselves, it makes them massive suspects in this crime.
It definitely leads to questions. Hold on, I'm reading through this.
If we're going to go by the stalker angle, then it makes sense that Maddie would have been his first victim because he didn't know Kaylee was going to be there.
Right.
So Maddie would have to be his first.
Right.
And the sheath was upstairs in their bed or in their room. So it's like
that's where it started.
Yeah, and if you look at the way that bed, the way that they describe entering the room and looking at the bed and Maddie being on the right side, I mean, to get to Kaylee, he would have had to have reached over Maddie, to get to Kaylee. So it only stands to reason that he would have, attacked Maddie first, whether she was the victim or not. I think.
If you want to go with the stalker vegan restaurant angle,
yeah, Maddie Xana.
Maddie is his target then.
Yeah, Maddie's a target.
Well, guys, here's something interesting. Okay, each of the charges for each of the victims is exactly, hold it, identical. So wait a minute, is this? Yeah, okay. So okay, now listen. You could put any of their names in. I'm reading the Xana, okay? God rest her soul. The defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice, aforethought, which means premeditation, kill and murder Xana Kernodle. Each of them lists deliberately lives with premeditation and affirmation of malice. Each of them has a charge that includes premeditation. But premeditation, we must remember, can happen in a few moments. So this becomes a very complex legal question, I think.
Yeah. Wow.
Can you premeditate 4 of them within 15 minutes though?
Yes, absolutely. So hold it. Let me get up the definition of premeditation. Just so we're all clear on what it is we're talking about.
He willfully chose to assault each one of those people. So every single one of them is premeditated because he had a chance to make a decision to stop doing that at any point during that,
Exactly.
And walked past Dylan's room twice.
Yep.
And didn't check. That's what I always get. Why didn't, if he heard noise or something, Ethan's way, Xana's way, well, her door's first.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't. I'm not willing to assert with any level of confidence any sort of order at this point. I've been all over the map on this. I don't think that we have enough evidence at this point to understand the order.
No, I don't either.
No, I'm just saying Dylan said she watched him walk by her twice. So, I mean, then he went past her room twice. So why didn't he stop there to check or, you know what I mean? It's like he knew what room he was going to.
Well, I think that we've agreed that he possibly didn't see her, right?
No, but that's what I mean. But her door was right there first. Since he walked by twice, if he didn't even see her, he chose to walk past. But I mean,
did he definitely walk by twice?
She said she's seen him, right? Dylan said
Well, I thought she only saw him as he was headed toward the kitchen.
He would have to walk by the first time to walk back towards the sliding door.
He could have thought it was a closet, I mean, do you guys want to listen to that again, or?
That's what I was wondering. If you walk by twice, I mean, that's what's getting in my head now that we're all talking about all this. It's kind of clicking in my head that if she's seen him walk by, it's like he was right there. Then like
He's a key witness, dude.
If
Yeah.
she knows, if Dylan knows the order and has the tattoo in order, then she was basically, it seems like she would have to have been sitting there watching it play out and just
No,
choosing
but
to not
she's the
do it.
only person that can pin this person or someone close to that that description there and has crucial information that because
Yep.
this case needs to be this case needs to be just perfect for for the state. The DNA evidence, the eyewitness evidence, because if it's not flawless on their end, then this could get really bad. So they need everything to be perfect on their end, on the prosecutor's end.
Their DNA, unlike a lot of other cases with DNA evidence, unless there's more that we know about that, DNA on the inside of the snap of the sheet, that is not a home run. It's not.
It really isn't. They need eyewitness. They need phone pings. They need everything, because otherwise, then somebody can argue. They don't need to argue someone's innocence. They just need to argue doubt in the story that the prosecutor
reasonable
is
doubt.
doing. Exactly.
Right, reasonable doubt.
The standard of the standards of conviction is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Exactly. And so they cannot have this happen.
You, Tom.
How many unalivers have walked away just because there was some doubt, reasonable doubt?
Yeah, and Aura, that brings to mind. I know you may be. I don't know if you remember this, but the leather glove that had been wet, therefore there was no way it was going to fit OJ's hand at the time.
Right.
You know, if it don't fit, you must acquit.
Right.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, exactly. That was the prosecution's error for allowing that to happen. They should have put up every wall that they possibly could have to allow that to happen, because OJ Simpson is, of one thing we know, an actor. I mean, that whole thing was so flawed for so many reasons.
Yeah. Kay, in my opinion, was also some sort of actor.
He
What's
that?
BK was some sort of actor too.
Sure.
So again, I feel like this needs to be a perfect case, because I think he knows that as long as there's some sort of reasonable doubt, then it can lead to some sort of like acquittal, mistrial. I mean, why do you think CW? Why do you think it was handled the way it was, Miss Kelly? You and I both know.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and Barry Shink was the attorney that destroyed a lot of the DNA evidence the prosecution had on OJ.
Or so it's, yes, I agree. Let's hear. I want to listen to that part of the reading of the PCA. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Here, if you guys want to keep talking about that, go for it. I just want Tom, and I'm sorry I didn't see that sooner, sweetie. And thank you again for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Tom, and great support of the channel and great mind. I wasn't like reading the comments for a while because I was so busy like running around Google, like searching for this, like legal, like the word of the law, that I just wanted to show you guys what we were talking about, so we could talk about everything within the same framework from the same context as we like to do on this channel. But Tom N just had pointed out that's not the PCA, that's the judge reading the order of the charges. And I think that was definitely as it pertained to the charging document, which was the criminal complaint, which is the arresting document in Idaho. Yes.
And Tom, I wasn't saying that she seen him twice. What I meant, if I got that wrong or said it the wrong way, I meant to say that if we're saying he came down the stairs, her door would be right there before he would go forward towards Xana and Ethan. So he would, that door's there the first time. And as he's leaving, the door's there the second time that she's seen him leaving. That's what I was meaning. Like, he's seen that door twice.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Go ahead.
That's an odd place for a bedroom door to me. I mean, you're coming down at the very bottom of the steps and there's a bedroom right there. I mean, I could easily see how
the house was modified. That was a build on and add on. So there was going to be odd things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I could see why he wouldn't think that was even a bedroom, really.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking along those lines too. Now here, wait, let me just show you the layout. I moved the door. Thank you guys. You're the best. Beep, beep. Let let's see, hold it. So I move the door to the proper place and I check the rest of the details to make sure that everything's correct so I don't look like a total freaking idiot. All right, so here.
Are you sharing your screen right now?
I am now.
Okay.
I think. Did just share? Okay, yeah. All right, so wait, let me take the
Just
comments down.
Yeah, that was gonna say.
Okay, so we see that this is also interesting. So now I think a lot of the things that any of us are asserting here, I think whether we realize it or not, I'm always constantly checking my own brain. And I notice when I think it might be going on other people's brains, we're taking for granted certain sets of circumstance that our brains are accepting as fact. And that's why, again, I'm always asking people for the sources that may or may not yet be fact. I personally think as far as the order of how things happen, just in the PCA and any other evidence that's, kind of just like milling around, which really isn't much that we know about. I don't think there's enough for anybody to assert any kind of order, how he walked through the house or whatever. I could be wrong. Obviously, I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again. And I was wrong this evening. Therefore, I moved the door. Check it out. So here we have Dylan's room. Now, Dylan's room is right next to the stairs here's the arrow that would go up to the third floor. Xana's room is right by the stairs that would go to the first floor. So let's assume, I think that most of us agree he didn't even touch the first floor. However, we do know he did go up the stairs to the third floor. Now, his path of movement through the house is very much going to depend on his point of entry, which once again, I'm going to assert that I don't think we know enough about what happened. There's not enough evidence to make a definitive conclusion. There is some evidence pointing to the fact that he came in through the second floor sliding glass door. There are some theories out there that are very well constructed that indicate that maybe he went in through that window in Dylan's bedroom, which is why I was making a big deal about the windows. And I really think that those are the most viable theories. Now, something we didn't even sort of get to today, which I wanted to, but it's going to have to be tabled. And I think not Xana. I think that oops, I almost said her name. Justice A through Z wanted to talk about this, so we'll pick it up next live stream. Is the Jack in the Box order? Maybe Xana made that order, maybe she did not, but I am going to tell you this based on the information that I have been going through, based with the cellular data expert that I've been talking to way more than his family is probably digging. Like, Dad, why do you keep talking to that lady that used to work for you? Actually, his kids aren't that young anymore. They're in college. What am I talking about? They're like, Dad, we need some beer. Why are you still talking? I'm thinking of them as like years ago. He and I both believe that it's extremely unprobable, possibly impossible for Koberger to have been in the house before they all arrived home at 1:45. It's impossible. I'm sure of it. I'm just going to state that. I will go into exactly why that is. I think he came in after everybody was in the house. It's just how it is. So it's really, as you look at everything in detail, it becomes very coincidental, convenient, or inconvenient timing that the Jack in the Box order was made. It had to have been made at a certain time, and it arrived just as Koberger parked his car and was going to be heading into the house. So did he actually make that Jack in the Box order? I've had this thing in my mind, because when people were first saying Jack in the Box, I wasn't thinking about Jack in the Box, the food. I was thinking about a Jack in the Box. Was it all like, and this is just like a speculative, like,
you would think that. You're the only person that I would think other than the food place.
I'm a vegetarian.
But also put like your brain, like, like you're talking about the thing that comes out of the box right of you, like
the creepy ass Jack in the Box.
Okay, I hear you.
Yes.
You're the only other person. Wow.
Well, there's my sick mind at play. So was the order from the Jack in the Box, was it not from a McDonald's or a Wendy's or something with a happy logo, but a Jack in the Box, because it was supposed to be a creepy ass Jack in the Box? And was that order from the Jack in the Box made to the house so it could either be a distraction or for a way to him to gain entry? And that is what I'm starting to strongly believe as I'm talking to the cellular data expert about this. He's pretty much shaping up to believe that too. We argued, but I think we're starting to come to the same conclusion. If you're listening, I gotcha. So, yeah. I can't remember where I was going with that, but oh yeah. So where did BK come in? Not Burger King BK, Brian Koberger BK. Oh no, let's not get our
He ain't a king.
mixed up. Yeah, right. No, he's definitely not a king. He's a piece of shit. So, where did he come in? I was leaning towards it had to be the second floor sliding glass door or possibly Dylan's room. If we bring into account this whole thing with the jack in the box, did he walk right in the front door? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Something just clicked in my head.
Uh-oh, another one. Go for it.
Oh, man.
What?
I keep thinking about the footprint. They said there wasn't I don't know, a bloody footprint outside Dylan's door.
Yeah, it was blood because it was only found after they use a substance that is used for the purpose of finding blood. They don't explicitly say that.
He cleaned it? He cleaned his own footprint?
I think upstairs they said that the girls were on top of each other or something like that in bed.
Well, okay, hold on. Something to think about. So if he's doing all these unalivings, there's gonna be substances. I don't even want to say blood. Red dye. He's gonna step on, right? And it's gonna lead through the house, right? Because that kind of unalivings is gonna lead stuff on the floor, and he's gonna have to walk. Do you maybe think that they have footprints that lead through the house that know the order of which the unalivings happened?
That and upstairs, all they really showed was the beds. The twin bed that was really dirty.
Like he had to step in some of that, right?
But if he didn't upstairs because they were on the bed, and then maybe his shoes wouldn't have been dirty. But if it was the footprint downstairs, which one would have to be first then?
If the substance laden footprints are only heading downstairs, then we know that the event started upstairs.
Exactly.
Obviously. Yeah. Maybe they know.
I just want to say really quickly. So I just put a post up. It says, "Tom N, thank you, and I know exactly why you do what you do. You know that YouTube does not monetize this type of content and the hours that goes into creating it. So thank you." So anyone, please give Tom N or anyone else who gives a super chat crap because, when we're talking about this case, wait a minute, hold it. Let me just say what I have to say. YouTube does not rarely monetizes it, and it's hours and hours and hours of work, and I really appreciate the super chat. So just please, everybody, be respectful and kind.
And sorry, Miss Kelly, I didn't mean to come off that way. I just wanted him to let you know that you see everybody's comments and
I didn't even realize you were involved. I just saw it looked like he was trying to justify himself, and that made me
May sad. I ask a question?
Go ahead.
In the PCA, did it not mention when Dylan was speaking about seeing Berger, there was something about the latent footprint being in the path of travel
a certain way.
Did I imagine
let's go back to it. We're gonna re-listen to this. So I'm gonna bring that back up. So everybody listen up. So we're picking it up from the point where they start introducing Dylan's yes, and then it's going to just go through to the bloody footprint, and that's where it ends. So it is about 5.5 minutes. Okay.
Who reported this information?
Actually, hold it. I'm going to go back.
Stated
I'm going to go back 30 seconds to get the whole bit about the Jack in the Box. Hold it. All right.
On the streaming platform Twitch with 1:56 a.m. The occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM Dylan Mortensen stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Oh, DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," end quote. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a resident immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. That's a quote. The male walked down towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Wait, well, let me pause there. So did you guys get that?
Mhm.
So, I don't know, maybe, from her statement there, she's only talking about him walking by once kind of in one direction, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Let's
A combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect. Video as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. on November 13th, I may add.
Now, hold
During
it. Let
the
me.
processing of the
Okay, so law enforcement moved their reported window of time of the crime happening from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. Who knows if they were trying to be misleading or if it's evidence that they discovered in the final phase of the investigation that led them to move that door of the crime being committed from 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. Tuck that into the file because next live stream when we talk about the impossibility of Koberger being in the house until they were all in there based on the cellular data, that's going to become very important.
crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime.
Also important, latent shoe print located during the second processing of the crime scene.
Seen by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then the amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material.
So it wasn't a footprint that was like bright red. It was a latent footprint not discovered until the second thorough run through of analysis and collection of evidence of the house. And it needed to go through a presumptive and second, a test that using a chemical that is used for the exclusive purpose of identifying blood that cannot be seen.
Mm-hmm.
The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vaughn's type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in effort to locate their suspects or suspect vehicle traveling or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. So that concludes a part of the PCA that has to do with the crime scene itself at 1122 King Road. This next immediate part goes into information about the suspect's car and the area video surveillance, and then the rest of the PCA contains even more information. There will be successive videos going over the remaining parts of the probable cause affidavit towards the arrest of Brian Koberger.
Okay, so I want to say I'm seeing a lot of things in chat where they're talking about was it or was it not confirmed that there were friends at the house prior to the 911 call being made. Well, what we know from what Chief James Fry said was his statement was friends were summoned through the house. So now something else that I'm just seeing in chat, and this is like nothing against the chat that's going on. This is happening everywhere. I'm just, this is just what I'm witnessing right here in this moment on this channel. And I don't even know who said what. So I'm not like pinning it right now. Except for, I like this comment. Mike says, a lot of people must be getting their facts on 4chan. Just watch out for 4chan. Just watch out for it. It is not, there is nothing, and please, panelists, if you feel I'm wrong, go ahead and tell me that. But as far as I know, and I have been living in this case, like it's been crazy. There's been nothing to definitively say that we know that the friends were like traipsing through the house.
You're right.
For all we know, they could have been outside the house. We know nothing other than what Chief James Fry stated, which was that friends were summoned to the house.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah. And then I like what Tom N said here. He was, and I know a couple of you had said it before, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who said what anymore. This has been a really from my perspective, like, woo, live stream. He was trying to pin this on a military guy, hence he left behind the knife sheath. When people first started saying that, I was like, no. But this is how, like, I change my mind on things all the time when I learn new facts. I mean, that is possible. Very
is it
possible.
easy? Is getting some sort of like military knife and sheath accessible to just anybody? I mean, is that something you can just buy?
I do not know. I mean, you can find a lot in a pawn shop, can't you?
Yeah, or you can buy that knife straight
personally.
off Amazon.
So Kelly, did they, in the timeline of events of this case, did they, well, we didn't know about the sheath until the affidavit was released. Is that right?
Correct. That was like the big shocker.
Yep.
Hey, Tracy.
Okay. So now, was his apartment searched before that affidavit was released?
No. Part of what the state received from the judge when the probable cause affidavit was reviewed by the judge was a warrant to search his property. I think they first got an arrest warrant, and then thereafter was the warrant to search his property. I'm not sure. It's all in there.
If you look at the affidavit, it's on page 3, and it says, as I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the room, and I'm reading directly, both Concables and Mogan with wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door.
But which happened first? Was his apartment searched and then the affidavit was released?
December the 15th.
Yeah, it could be dated, but was it actually?
I'm just telling you what is on the paper. Other than
No. So that's not. So we're okay. But let's go to law. Do you guys know? I went to law school at Seton Hall on a full scholarship. I got halfway through and I dropped out for no other. Well, there were some other reasons. I talked to you guys about 9/11 and being there and having anyway. But part of it was, I don't really believe in the legal system. The more I learn about it, I don't think I want to do this anymore. I can't do any good in a system I don't believe in. So now my 44-year-old self is like, screw you, you 21-year-old, you just get through it. You're on a full scholarship. Isn't that a sin? But I love the law anyway. Who leaves freaking law school on a full scholarship. Kick that 21-year-old girl's butt. Seriously, I can't
Miss
believe
Kelly
I did that.
She does.
Yeah,
Miss
I know
Kelly
I
does
did.
it.
That's what I
But
did.
you're
is
here
I
with
do.
us now. Maybe it would have
But
been different.
I love that about you
Yeah, that's
because
right.
you're a free thinker. You're not going to do what other people tell you to do, even if you have a scholarship for it.
Yeah, sometimes that means a bad decision maker, I think.
I like who you are right now, so whatever.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that.
I still really want to know though, like what happened first? Was his apartment
I'm looking
searched?
it up. I'm looking. So I'm getting there. That's a very good question. All right. So first we have, okay. So first we're looking at, so dated on.
Look, the guy that went into the room says, "I noticed the sheath." Like when they went
Yep.
into
That
the
doesn't
room,
mean that they searched doesn't mean they searched Koberger's apartment though.
No, I know.
No,
All
what
I'm
I'm
saying is that they saw it when they went and saw the
Okay.
unarmed
So we're
people.
talking about two different
according to
things.
Yeah, you're probably right.
according to the paperwork that was released to the public, the paperwork says that I wrote this on such and such date. Well, that
Right.
could all be edited before. I'm talking conspiracy land over here, of
No,
course.
okay. Well,
But
when
at
they
the
saw
same
the
time,
sheath and when they got the warrant to search his house has not necessarily. It's not a causal relationship.
I'm just
It's on the
saying, like
affidavit.
if
It says
It's
that
but
when I
that doesn't
walked
say.
in, I saw the
Therefore, we're
sheath.
going to search Brian Koberger's
No,
apartment.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the sheath.
We're
that
talking
was-
about two totally different things. What are you talking about? I don't even know. Actually,
What I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
is that when the sheath was seen, it was when the room was entered by the.
Right. Yes, we know.
That's all
according
I'm
to
saying.
Oh,
according
okay.
to
Well, all right.
according to paperwork, yes.
Well, yeah, that's
According-
what I'm
So
reading.
what? Okay, so I'm going to use my channel creator veto power, and I'm going to say what we're all talking about right now is the order in which these things happened. Koberger's arrest and Koberger's apartment was searched. So, in order to find the answer, we are going to look to the primary court documents found on Scribe. No, they don't pay me to promote them, but it's $7.99 a month, and it's very useful. So here we have the criminal complaint in its raw form, not in the write-up form, just in the I'm filling out the document form. And
I love everybody on panel, y'all. It's all good.
I do too.
Wild tension.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, it's all good. Literally, it's all
Can
good.
I
we're
say
good.
something
We love
real
each other.
fast?
Not
Kelly?
yet. Go ahead.
Wouldn't
Kidding.
wouldn't they have to find the DNA on the sheath first in order to know who it was to search his apartment?
Yes, exactly. That's a moot point. Yes. You're totally right. Okay.
Yeah.
So in that, charge. Okay. So here, the charging of a crime for Koberger. This is dated on, what's the date here? December 30th, my birthday, best birthday present ever, 2022. All right. So there's not going to be anything about the warrant for his house, I'm pretty sure, but let me make sure. Or his apartment. Oh, maybe there is. Affidavit of probable cause. Your affidavit of probable cause. You're able to do Pennsylvania, Thursday, Pennsylvania, whatever. Okay, fine. And then keep scrolling. Docket okay, this doesn't have anything to do with warrant for searching his apartment, but keep going. Don't sell the document short, Kelly. Okay, I won't. Okay, so that's that. So it's not in this document. All right, next. Oh, this is what I do in my spare time when you guys aren't live with me. This is so sweet. You guys get to see what it's all about. All right, so now, all right, so this is going to be okay, it's not in here. So we've already read through that. The answer does not lie in the 19-page probable cause affidavit. I'm not going to read it again. I've read it 15, 20, maybe more times.
I wouldn't even feel comfortable saying anything that I said. If it was in Miss Kelly's channel, I would not be saying the things that I say. Like, I trust her. She trusts me. We have good conversation.
Right. Oh yeah. No. I talked to all these people like offline too. We're all good. We're friends. All right. So now, So even if this doesn't have the answer, I'm seeing some language that I think is worth reading based on some of the questions that have come up. So this is Brian Koberger, Second Amendment order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. Maybe not though. So it's just saying this is the gag order. Okay. So gag order is not going to have anything about the, nope, this is when you can park here. Definitely not about searching the apartment. Okay. Now, okay. So this is the short version. This is the form version of probable cause order. So, all right, this might be it. Upon review of the information provided under oath alleging the defendant committed burglary and 4 counts of murder in the first with premeditation. Well, that is murder in the first. The court finds probable cause to believe the defendant committed the crime shown above. A warrant of arrest shall be issued in the amount of no bail. And that's all. Well, maybe not. Hold it. Let me keep scrolling. Don't sell the document short. Okay, I won't. Okay, I didn't. I should have. Okay, next.
Are you sharing the documents that you're reading from?
Oh my God, I thought I was. I'm sorry. Here, thank you. I've been meaning to share those. I've been hopping from document to document. All right, thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, whenever I'm like doing that crazy, when it sounds like I'm really truly like being crazy, it's probably because I'm not sharing what I want to be sharing.
I got you. I know already. That's why I'm here.
That's right. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So, all right. Yeah, that's it. All right. This is what I've been. No. That's not it. Scribe. Okay. This is it. All right. This is what I've been looking at. Okay. So we looked at the Koberger affidavit, I think, probable cause affidavit, Second Amendment, probable cause short form. Next. Let me make sure I didn't skip any. Okay. Then we got the criminal charge. All right. Hold it. I think I know which one it is, but let's look at this one. Okay. So the criminal complaint is going to be bringing forth the charges, the burglary, the 4 counts of murder in the first, all with identical language, including premeditation and effort, whatever of malice. I'm getting a little tired. All right. And that's all there is to it. I think it's in this next one, which is dated January 3rd, but I'm not sure. Could be wrong. Been wrong before, including today, and will be wrong again. All right. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. So now we've got so this is the court, some kind of court order. Oh, this is about courtroom conduct too. Can you check chat? Is somebody giving me the answer here when I'm like being a dodo and can't figure this out?
I'm watching chat, Miss Kelly.
Thank you.
No, they're just kind of waiting on you, I think.
Oh, now the pressure's on.
No pressure. No pressure at all. The fact that you're letting us into your script is not. I have one too, but it's for like music stuff.
Oh, well, no, you can access. No, I think that I think in every script account there's like different. I bet there's a category for courtroom documents.
Yeah, but like you can't, like you can do it free, but you can't download stuff.
Oh, okay. It's only $7.99 a month. I'll get it for you. Let's see. Let's see. Arrest warrant. I think we already looked at that, but this looks like here. I've got to find it now.
Just go to search document. Whatever you're looking for, you see how right there it says search document?
I got it.
Just type in whatever you're looking for.
All right.
And maybe.
Okay. All right.
And you could also download all this stuff too, girl. Like just
it's already downloaded. This is actually quicker because if I download it, I have to go from document to document. Then I have to reshare it. And
like what you're doing now?
No, that's not what I'm doing now. No. Trust me, this is easier.
Okay, I got you.
All right, so we're looking for
like when you go to document, it says search document. I think maybe.
Oh, I didn't search the document. Oh my god.
Maybe that'll help you. There's a lot, dude. This case is so complicated. Like,
yeah,
I trust Kelly's brain.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, thank you. You guys are giving me too much credit at like 1:30 in the morning, though. I think
it's 12:30 for me, so it's not 1:30.
I'm a really quick scanner. I think I like my scanning method. Right.
I agree. So you see right there, it says search document.
Nope, I'm too quick.
No. Go scroll down a little. Okay. So when you get to a document, scroll down a little bit, and then right on the right, it'll. So click on the document you want to talk about.
Okay, just a second. Hold it. I gotta find. I don't know.
Just click on the document, and then
relax. I'm getting there.
Okay, sorry, I love you.
All right, here we go. Now, what am I looking for?
So now go into that document and scroll. And you see right there it says yes.
Thank you, dear. I never even knew that was there. Awesome. So, all right, I'm going to have to find it for you because I'm going, you know what? Here, let me Google it. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm like obsessed with this now. I got to find it. That's why it's not called What's the Obsession for Nothing.
So the PCA did then clarify that latent print was basically in the direction of travel that Dylan saw Berger going, right?
here, I'm gonna have you guys listen to that again. It's just like a minute because I wasn't even able to like focus in on that. I was doing too many other things. I'm just gonna be honest.
I
Let me
don't think
bring
it
that in.
said it which way it went. It just said that
I
she's
didn't
seen
think
him
so
going
either.
towards the door, sliding door.
Here, it's gonna be 2 minutes. Listen to that again. Here, let me bring that in. I didn't hear it. I was listening for it. I didn't hear it, but I may have missed it because I'm tired. So here.
Yeah, it was
Between
after.
4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. on November 13th, I may add. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then the amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vaughn's type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in effort to locate their suspects or suspect vehicle traveling or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos.
So I don't think we heard it in there. Did you?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell me where.
It said the direction, didn't it say consistent with Dylan's something about?
I'm sharing it with you right now, Miss Kelly. The page of the affidavit for you.
Okay. Can you just read it? You can share documents too when you're up here.
No, I know. I'm sharing it on the StreamYard.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Awesome.
Like easy access for you.
Wait, and that don't do it like, oh, okay. Oh, awesome. Thank you, dear. Okay, add to stream. Thank you, darling. Okay, can you read it? I'm running out of steam.
Okay. So what do you want me to read? This is where we're talking about DM and him walking past.
Gregory's asking, does it confirm that the footprints are going in the direction of what Dylan said?
Okay. So the detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom,
right?
Located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So
so it's somewhere outside her door. I don't think it necessarily tells us that it's consistent. I don't know. It's ambiguous.
The sole, the Vans type shoe sole. The sole is the back of the foot, right?
It's the bottom.
Okay, okay. No, I don't know.
They said it's consistent with what DM says the path of travel.
No. It doesn't say it's consistent with what DM says is a path of travel. It says read it again, please, Ara.
The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole, just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. So here it tells us DM's bedroom.
Keep going.
This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel.
Okay, so it says path of travel. Path of travel. Now, maybe it does mean direction too, but path of travel means that he traveled by her door. It doesn't say like path of travel and direction of travel. That's how I'm reading it. I don't know.
She only seen him once.
But she only saw him headed toward the kitchen.
One time.
Correct.
Yeah, I just think it's ambiguous. I think if they wanted us to know that for sure, or maybe it's intentional, the language would have been more specific. Maybe they don't want us to know that for sure because I might be the defense attorney if I graduate from law school. God damn it. Now hold it, guys. I need to tell you something, and I cannot believe, I'm sure that somebody in chat told me this, and I wish you had screamed it louder. The reason we cannot find the documents that are ordering the search of his house is something that I think most of us knew. I definitely knew is because a Washington court has sealed a pair of search warrants in connection with a quadruple murder. They have not yet been unsealed. That's it. The documents that allowed The investigators to obtain the search warrant from the judge to search his home have not been unsealed. End of story. I cannot believe I spent so much time looking for that shit. I already knew that.
Oh,
They're sealed. We're not going to find them. They're sealed.
Can I ask you a question?
I guess.
Oh, never mind.
I'm just joking. I did that on purpose. Go ahead.
I know you did. That's why. Never mind. But this is interesting. This conversation is very interesting, and I've only read through this once, and I really appreciate you. You don't understand how important it is that what you do is what you do, because not a lot of creators go through these facts.
Awesome, thank you.
Like you do.
That.
So the conversation is interesting, but I'm
thank
not gonna.
You. No way.
I know you're late.
Trying to tell me
I know
that.
it's late
thank
for
you.
you.
Go ahead.
I know it's late for you, so I'm not gonna go into like much brain thinking. But you let me know what you need me to do for you. I'm here for you, girl.
Oh, no, you're good. You guys are saying some great things. I like this. Dakota, and welcome Dakota, says, don't stop questioning that which makes no sense. Nope. I think that's a great statement. I'm not trying to be argumentative when you guys are saying like, oh, does a probable cause affidavit, what said there regarding the shoe print, does that confirm the direction of travel? I just know from reading so many of these things, and you guys who have read them too know that the language is extremely specific, is extremely deliberate. And in order to say that it, it confirms something that was said by their best chance eyewitness, maybe they didn't want it to fully confirm that, but the language was not specific enough for me to confirm the direction. The fact that the perpetrator did step outside Dylan's door, hell yeah, absolutely. That's in the language. But I mean, legal language is just so specific, and where it is not specific, kind of sort of like what Dakota's saying, but a little different, you need to ask 1,000 questions,
Sure.
Well, that said, I'm going to jump down, Miss Kelly. I'm going to be in your chat though.
Awesome. Cool. I'm going to wrap up soon because I am really freaking tired.
I
mean, the fact that I just couldn't come up with the fact that search warrant was sealed is like befuddling my mind. That's telling me, Kelly, go to bed. So, the last men standing, Gregory Worth and Kay Braze. I can always count on you guys. I love you guys. You're wonderful. I always love having you up on panel. Thank you, Capricious TR.
Great being here.
So now I'm not going to refute or anything what you said, but for you, I'll go Gregory, then Kay Braze. It's just the order I see right now. Did that language in the probable cause affidavit for you satisfy that it was going in the direction consistent with what Dylan said towards the door?
Well, more or less. I mean, I'm not, now that you've brought it up, the language is really so specific that I'm not really sure that I think it may have been deliberate that they did write it that way. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's what a lot of I don't even know if it's people who I've spoken with or just people that I've heard on channels that are experts anymore. My brain is like a little bit like applesauce at the moment, but yes. What do you think, Kay Braze? Did it do it for you?
It's just how they worded it about it. The footprint was in the way of the direction Dylan seen him or whatever.
No, it didn't say way. It said something, but yes, I know. Yeah, yes, but you think that it confirms it for you.
The travel of which she's seen him going.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and you could very well be right. I guess time will tell. The unfortunate thing is we're not going to find out jack squat more for another 6 months because there's a gag order.
Yeah.
But that's what I was wondering. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just saying, for all we know, there's bloody footprints all the way up and down the steps. I mean, we have no idea.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think that, well, maybe they wouldn't have mentioned it. Now, a couple, JC and some people said good question to JC. And I think a couple other people asked this too. I'm sorry. This is just the one my eyeballs are on right now that I am pinning. Some people don't like it when I don't give them credit for asking the question. Like, and I get it. Like you guys are all smart minds. You want the world to know it, of course. Yeah. So it was okay. And then also, this is where I saw also Ira McGinnis, and welcome, Ira. I don't think I said hello to you yet. And also GOP Nick and Alicia P. Really good question. Who blocked the sliding glass door with the stools in the kitchen? Now, somebody and I were talking about this, I believe, last live stream. It may have been suspicious. I'm not sure right now, but I was under the impression that the investigators, to the degree that they could, left everything precisely as it was when they arrived, which is standard protocol for obvious reasons. They need to go back and do a second sweep like they did in this case. Nothing has been distorted, right? But somebody that I was talking to said that law enforcement did that for some reason to so people wouldn't go in there, which to me didn't make much sense, but that don't mean anything. Sometimes I hear this stuff when I'm exhausted and I can't make sense of anything. So I don't know. That's a good question. That's all I have to say about that. Do you guys have anything about that?
Well, I saw pictures early on in the investigation where the slider was standing open when they were, I guess, dusting for prints and things. But, you know, it's doubtful they had a key to that slider. So to me, I just felt like that was a makeshift way of securing the crime scene where, or from looters, you know, that was my thought on it.
Yeah. So here, I have a couple pictures here. I don't know why this is making me try to open it with something where they want me to buy something, which I'm not doing right now because I'm not in my right frame of mind. But here, I'll just show these to you. It's going to be a little bit small, but so here's just a couple things I can find from a quick search in my files, which is so we got this. And again, I'm sorry, it's so small. I don't know why it's making me try to open this Paxillion thing. So here, obviously, they're processing the crime scene. This was the first run through of the crime scene processing. We see in this case, I see one, it looks like there has to be 2 stools down because the legs are crossing. So there's one sample. Yeah, try to see that. I know it's small again. I'm sorry about that. And then let's see. I think I've got a let's see.
Now that I just seen that, Kelly, I was just thinking all the videos that we've seen of the press and everybody taking pictures of, you know, investigators swabbing stuff. I don't think I've ever seen one of someone swabbing stuff on the outside of the sliding door, only on the inside.
Oh yeah? Huh. I don't know. I think, oh my God, I have a ton of crime scene pictures. I just have to find, I can't remember what I filed them under right now. Oh wait, here, I found a bunch of them. Let me see what we've got. Oh, that's from far away. Let's see what this one is. No, that's not processing anything. I've already showed you guys that one. Hold it. I don't know. Would you guys want me to put together a video of images of the crime scene being processed? Is that something people are interested in?
That'd be great because I could be way off base. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and it's so, you know, and it's not, you know, I'll use myself as an example. It's like when you start to, you know, what I knew a few hours ago before this live stream started, after my brain being all applesaucey and hearing all of the smart things so many people had to say, this is the nature of the human brain. You start to intermingle facts. So, you know, to be able to have those, that's why I post some of the videos that I post, which aren't necessarily viewed by a lot of people, but for you guys who are really dedicated, I know you're the ones that are looking at it because I get my analytics and I want people to be able to have a reliable reference source to look at. Now, this one's interesting, guys, because this to me almost looks like, and please tell me what you think, it almost looks like the bottom part of this picture is blurred, you know, on a computer blurred. Let me know what you think. So here we have a picture of this person. You know, again, they're on the inside, like K-Braze was just saying, but doesn't, you know, I was trying to see into the doors to where it looks like it's most obscured is where the stools were on their side in the other picture. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, but if the door wouldn't open at all with the stools.
I personally don't think that they were on their side to keep the door closed. I don't think. Okay, so if you're the Moscow Police Department in conjunction with the state of Idaho State Police and the FBI, and you want to secure a door, I don't think you're going to use furniture from within the crime scene of a quadruple homicide to do so. I just don't see that happening.
Well, then wouldn't that mean then that Berger didn't enter or leave by the sliding door?
Why?
Well, if the stools were in place, he couldn't have gotten in that way.
Or out.
No,
Or
they were
out.
just on their side. I don't think they were like, I don't think it was like a security bar. I just think they were on their side.
Well, wouldn't he have had to have knocked them out of the way to enter and leave?
And you just walk over them?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess he could have. Sure. I just thought they were there. The way they were positioned, I just thought that they were there to keep the door from being open. But
They were interlocked almost, like
but you
between.
could be right, Kelly. I don't, maybe they were just laying on the side and he stepped over them.
Yeah, because I mean, and Tony B says, and hey, Tony, honey, I've seen you a million times. I don't think I said hi. He says, or maybe way in the beginning, like hours ago, put on the side to be fingerprinted, in my opinion. Because I mean, guys, when I thought about this when it came up before, when you think this through with all of the law enforcement power that was there and all the freaking gadgets and tools, we find out about new freaking capabilities they have. Like, oh, I just pulled this out of my back pocket, something you don't even think is humanly possible because I'm the FBI. Like, are they going to put furniture from inside the crime scene of a quadruple murder to obstruct the door so somebody doesn't come in? First of all, they had like round the clock security there. It wouldn't be necessary.
Well,
like when you start to think it through,
that's true.
I think they were just organically on their side. If it's from a bunch of college students partying and then leaving to go out to the bar, or them playing drinking games, and who knows, or because of whatever happened inside at the time of the crime.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I keep going back to that one picture me, you, and Greg and DC talked about a while back of the guy in the dark in the woods.
Yeah. Oh, I can't even go right there right now.
Yeah, at the very beginning, and
yeah. I know. I think it's possible that there was somebody like outside, but there are a lot of photos of this house taken with the branches and stuff up in the way. Like if that's what you're talking about, I think at a point very soon after this horrific crime was announced to the world, people were sleuthing and working for media organizations and just, had access. And it doesn't, they roped off like a certain amount of, the residents of the property of the area. But think about what you can do with long lens cameras.
Oh,
paparazzi.
Yeah. Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait, what did you find, Lala? Is it the walkthrough? I love Lala HK. She goes, oh my God, I think I found it. Oh man.
I had one more last thing too, is I keep hearing all this. I don't study it all. Everything I come up with is just off my head of literally watching on your channel on TV. I don't look into nothing. I don't go deep diving.
No, that's great. And so many people, if you guys don't know, all you guys on panel now and everybody who's been on panel, I get messages, I read comments. People appreciate each and every one of you and the perspective that you bring. Absolutely.
So what I was wondering is, how they said that...
oh, thank you, no way. Or thank you, no way. He says the host said her brain was applesauce. I totally disagree. That's all. I appreciate that. I think that's a compliment. Oh, and thank you, Lala. Lala's been looking the whole time. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And go ahead, Kate Braze. I'm sorry I cut you off.
So what I was wondering is the Dylan about the dog. She thought someone was playing with the dog, and then she heard, "Let me help you," and all that.
Uh-huh.
Did they ever state that she said that she heard something first and then second?
Well, I think that the probable cause affidavit, I think that's written in the order of events. I mean, and thank you, Ara. Thank you so much, Ara, for everything you've done, by the way, too.
Yeah, it was the dog, and then I think it was somebody's in here. I think that was the order.
Yeah, and then yes, and then they corroborate that with the neighbor who's 50 feet away from the bedroom wall of Xana that says at 4:17, you start to hear the dog barking and you heard something that sounded like whispers or whimpering and then a loud thud. So yeah, the way that it's read in the probable cause affidavit, and again, this is standard as well as the way that events panned out.
Oh, okay.
So, did you put that link up, Lala? I don't want to miss it, sweetie. Are you going to share it? Is it something you want to look at now? Whatever you want to do. You've been looking so long. I certainly very much appreciate and respect that. So whatever you want to do, we can do. If you want to take a look at it now, you can. If you want to send it to me through email, and we'll start up with that next time, whatever you want to do. Let me just wait to hear back from Lala.
I found another channel I've been watching too, Kelly, that's pretty much, I told you how I found your channel was I went through a bunch of other comedians and jokesters. And
right.
Since I know you're busy and stuff, I've been looking, and I've been on chat with another one.
Who's that?
Allegedly with Brittany J.
Oh, cool. I watched that channel a couple times. And just for those of you who are new here, welcome. I always say this, I'm not like one of those channels that's like me. It has to all be about me, because I don't got enough time for it to be all about me. And it's not all about me anyway. You guys are the ones that make the channel. So I don't have a problem with saying kind things about other creators. If I don't agree with the kind things you say about other creators, oh, don't worry, I'll tell you. But in this case, I think Allegedly with Brittany J, I think is a good channel. I haven't watched it in a long time just because I haven't been watching a whole lot, but I did check it out a little during the Kylie Rodney case, and it was good stuff. One channel that's become a favorite of mine is Surviving the Survivor. If you guys aren't familiar with it, and I don't know how this dude gets like all of the best like analysts and stuff on. Oh no, I hope my numbers aren't going to go down now. But it's a really good channel. It's just like really solid commentary. Actually, the other night when I was annoyed that some of the guests on a channel that I really liked were talking to the viewers, us, like golden retrievers, that was the channel, and it kind of pissed me off. And I wrote him an email and told him about it. But it was also the night my bunny died, so I was in a bad mood. But I know. But usually it's very good. I mean, even sometimes the best channels can disappoint you the most because you expect a lot. Yeah.
I almost do an interview. Like when I look for a channel, there has to be certain criterias, and she's so respectful. She doesn't allow like graphic imaging. She doesn't do speculations. She lets everybody know, like you do, like we're just speculating. This is trigger. Like she's really on it, and it reminds me of you so much. I don't know what it is. Just I feel welcomed.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. I mean, I think that's super important. And Lala HK, I'm sorry, I haven't even checked my email. I didn't know if you just shared it right now or here. I'm sorry about that. It's Watts Obsession. There's no on it, just wattsobsession@gmail.com. Okay. So Lala, do you want me to go through it right now, or can I take a look at it and go through it at the beginning of the next one? Whatever it is you want is what I'll do if I don't pass out. Let's see. What about Olivia Newton? Wait, hold it. Gee, someone worked with Olivia Newton-John. That's cool. What?
Laura said all good, love. I guess she meant now, maybe. I don't know.
How
she meant that.
I need a specific answer, my dear. Oh, let me see if it's there even. Let's see. Oh wait, hold on. I want to make sure I'm not sharing. Okay, just want to make sure I wasn't sharing my email with everyone.
You got me thinking too, Kelly. Yeah, if we did know the direction of the shoes, I don't know why it took me so long to click that. Like if it was if there's different prints, different areas, you think they only found one. I mean, it would tell us right away which direction first he went and second, because if it's clean shoes one way and then now they're dirty and he's going towards Anna and Ethan, or vice versa.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's something that could definitely be really super looked at and analyzed. And I don't know what the answer is for sure.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I don't have the email yet, so I'm not sure what to do about that, but I do know this. Thank you, Lala HK, so very much. I do appreciate it. So again, I'm going to put the email, whatsobsession@gmail.com, and anyone can email me anything they'd like. I have been trying to get back to my emails as quickly as I could. My emails have been blowing up over the past few months, but I'm trying. So I'm going to have to end this because got to get up tomorrow morning and work on the things that I told you we are moving towards and everything we talked about today. And also, hang out with my kid, shampoo my carpets, and feed my bunnies. So, so Gregory and Kay Breeze and everyone else that came up on panel, thank you so much. You guys contributed so much. Lala HK, thank you so much for looking at that. And all of you guys in chat who contributed so much. I really appreciate it. Subscribers, members. If you're not a subscriber, go ahead and click that subscribe button. Try us out again. Hit the bell for notifications. Please click like on your way out. That's all I ask. And I really appreciate all of you. I've seen some new faces in here. You guys were awesome. Hope you come back next time. Thanks to everyone also watching the replay. And thank you very much, Ari. You did a lot of great stuff tonight. Oh, Lisa, welcome and thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Kelly.
And no way. And thank you guys.
Hey, Brace.
Thank you guys.
Pleasure.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. Brilliant panelists tonight and always.
Thanks, Ara.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Muck Boys. Hi, Muck Boys. Bye, Muck Boys. I've seen you. I don't know if I had a chance to say hi. Joanne Murdoch. Yes, justice for the 4 victims above all. I think you've said that before on the channel, haven't you, Joanne? I like that. Thank you so much for reminding us to end with that. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. All right. Thank you guys all so very much for being here. And I'll see you again soon. I'll be posting the next live probably tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow, but I'll be posting it tomorrow. Love y'all. Everyone, please be safe. Justice for Maddie, Kelly, Ethan, and Xana.